उत्तरं यत् समुद्रस्य हिमाद्रे चैव दक्षिणम् वर्षं तद्भारतं नाम द्वारकी यत्र सन्ततिः.
The country that lies north of the ocean and south of the snowy mountains is called Bharatvarsha. In this ancient land, from time immemorial, the eternal snows of the Himalayas, wrapped in deep meditation, have formed a part of the life of the people, bound by a sacred thread of common heritage. The plains are watered by 1,000 streams that mingle in the music of great rivers, linked up with India's civilization and culture, carrying fertility and wealth, spreading life and strength. Traversed by green and fertile hills, blossoming trees bright with orchard gleams, and fields of waving corn, touched by the golden rays in the east, India is bounded on 3 sides by the palm-clad seashores, chanting to the tune of the ocean waves. On the west coast, the Sea of Oman splashes against the solid rocks of the city of Porbandar in Saurashtra. The houses are chiefly built of white and soft stone. The distant Barda hills keep guard over the white city, otherwise known as Sudamapuri. Porbandar has been mainly a commercial town. An enterprising and sturdy people have traded from remote antiquity with lands beyond the seas, Arabia and Africa. The town was the ancestral home of the Gandhis, who belonged to the Vaishnav cult. It was here that Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi was born on the morning of October 2nd, 1869. This house is associated with an incident which instilled the spirit of Satyagraha in Mohan's blood. The Gandhi family played an important part in the political life of the state. Uttam Chand Gandhi, Mohan's grandfather, was the Diwan of Porbandar. Being a staunch believer in the purity of justice, once he had a tussle with the regent for sheltering an innocent grocer. The soldiers of the state shelled his house. With a firm determination to sacrifice himself and the members of his family at the altar of justice, he remained undaunted, praying to God. Karamchand Gandhi, Mohan's father, succeeded Uttam Chand as Diwan. Karamchand, like his father, was a man of principle and loved virtue more than wealth. Mohan's mother, Putli Bai, was deeply religious and had a strong personality. She would take the hardest vows without flinching. Her influence, more than any other, molded the character of Mohan. At the age of 6, Mohan was sent to school close to his house. As a student, he was mediocre but punctual. While he was very gentle and playful, he was obstinate. In this small room, his books and his lessons were his sole companions. In the Gandhi family, the Tulsi Ramayana was recited regularly. Mohan was taught by Rambha, his nurse, to repeat the name of Ram as a remedy for his fear of ghosts. That laid the foundation of his deep devotion to Ram. Mohan was only 7 when his father left the service of the Porbandar state and moved with his family to Rajkot. Karamchand Gandhi was soon appointed the Diwan of the state. Mohan and his brother Karsandas were admitted to the primary school. Once an itinerant showman came to their place. One of the pictures he showed was of Shravana carrying his blind parents on a pilgrimage. The picture left on Mohan's mind an indelible impression of a son's devotion to his parents. Just about this time, he happened to see the play Harish Chandra, which inspired him to follow truth and go through all ordeals for its sake. Rajkot was one of the few towns in Saurashtra to have a high school. Young Mohan entered the Kathiawar High School when he was 12. Mohan was forbidden to touch a scavenger who used to come to their house. Though young and dutiful, he argued with his mother that untouchability was not sanctioned by religion and that touching a scavenger could not be sinful. At the early age of 13, Mohan was married to Kasturbai of the same age at Porbandar. Soon he assumed the authority of a husband. In 1887, Mohandas Gandhi passed the matriculation examination from the Ahmedabad Center and joined the Samaldas College at Bhavnagar. But at the end of the first term, he left the college to proceed to England to study law. Lakshmidas, his brother, arranged for funds to send him abroad. Mother consented only after Mohandas took an oath not to touch wine, women, and meat. This oath saved him from many pitfalls in London. At the age of 18, he sailed from Bombay on September 4th, 1888, despite stiff resistance from caste elders to his going overseas. On his arrival in London, Mohandas found everything strange around him. He almost starved himself as he found the vegetarian food tasteless. Yet he remained true to his vow. He went in for well-tailored suits and took lessons in dancing and music to become an English gentleman. Mohandas Gandhi joined the Inner Temple to qualify as a barrister on November 6, 1888. In Informing his brother about his admission, he wrote that it filled his heart with joy and that he did not need meat or liquor in spite of bitter cold. The aspirant, after being an English gentleman, chose to convert himself into a serious student and framed his own timetable to the minute. He invested much money in textbooks, studied them with unflagging interest, and he read Roman law in Latin. To simplify his living, he rented a room and cooked his own food. The change harmonized his inner and outer urges. He joined the London Vegetarian Society, came in contact with many interesting persons, began his own experiments in dietetics, and contributed articles on Hindu customs and diet to the Society's magazine. Alcohol he described as an enemy of mankind and a curse of civilization. Towards the end of 1889, Mohandas read the Bhagavad Gita for the first time in Arnold's translation, the Song Celestial, along with the original. The verse in the second chapter, teaching that renunciation is the highest form of religion, impressed him deeply. The Gita gave him the light he needed and opened to him a new way of life. At the instance of a friend, Mohandas read the Bible. He liked the New Testament, and the Sermon on the Mount went straight to his heart. This reading whetted his appetite for studying the lives of great religious teachers, and he acquainted himself with the principal religions of the world. He first met Dadabhai Naoroji, the grand old man of India, during this period. He became a source of inspiration to young Mohandas. M.K. Gandhi passed his examination with credit and was called to the bar on June 10th, 1891. His 3-year stay in England was eventful, as those were the years of great intellectual activity and freedom of thought and speech. The sea was stormy on July 5th when barrister Mohandas Gandhi landed at Bombay. The joy of homecoming was turned into boundless grief for him. She, whom he was so eager to meet, his beloved mother, had passed away. In Bombay, Gandhi came in contact with Raj Chandra, a merchant and a poet absorbed in godly pursuits. He captivated Gandhi and became his guide and spiritual refuge. To establish legal practice, gain experience of courts, and study Indian law, Barrister Gandhi applied for admission as an advocate to the Bombay High Court. Not finding enough work, disappointed, he soon left for Rajkot. In April 1893, Gandhi set forth for South Africa to appear in a lawsuit on behalf of an Indian firm on a year's contract. After a month's journey, he landed at Durban. The racial discrimination in the society startled him and cut him to the quick. When the coolie barrister, as he was called, appeared in the Durban court, he was ordered to remove his turban. Gandhi felt insulted, demurred, and left. The press described him as an unwelcome visitor. As a victim of the Calabar, he received thrashings and suffered grave insults, but yet he refused to sue the white assailants for personal grievances. During his stay in South Africa, the spiritual urge within him became a living force. He studied different faiths and practiced self-restraint. Tolstoy's "The kingdom of God is within you" overwhelmed him. After a year's stay, while about to leave for India, at a farewell party, he learned that the South African government was to introduce a bill to disfranchise Indians. He said, "The bill is the first nail into our coffin." He took up the cause of his disinherited countrymen. Thus began the long battle against race prejudice. Gandhi subordinated his legal career to public work and drew up a petition, the first ever sent by Indians to a South African legislature, demanding the retention of the right to franchise. The agitation infused a new life into the community. South Africa became the land of his adoption. Along with his colleagues, Gandhi founded the Natal Indian Congress to remove the hardships of the Indians and to promote harmony between them and the Europeans. Then followed years of hard work and organizing, with all the force and energy at his command. He appealed to the higher sense of his adversaries and brought home to them that their treatment of the Indians was not in conformity with justice and morality. Gandhi's public activities went hand in hand with his spiritual progress. He read widely, about 80 books, which made him realize the infinite possibilities of universal love. He read the sayings of Zarathustra. The beauty of Hindu scriptures began to grow upon him. Irving's Life of Muhammad increased his admiration for the Prophet. The Indians commissioned Gandhi to lay their grievances before public men and public bodies in India. On June 5th, 1896, he sailed home, carrying great responsibilities at the young age of 26. Gandhi visited the principal centers of political life in India. His impassioned speeches stirred the Indian mind. The green pamphlet depicting the conditions of the Indians in South Africa aroused the people's consciousness. He met great Indian leaders. Justice Ranade listened to him with attention. The man who could effectively guide him was Sir Ferozshah Mehta, who met him as a loving father. Sir Ferozshah seemed to him like the Himalayas. He met Lokmanya Tilak, who promised him every help. The Lokmanya, he thought, was like the ocean. Gopal Krishna Gokhale invited him to his bosom like the river Ganga. In response to an urgent cable from Natal, Gandhi left India with Kasturbai on November 28, 1896. On reaching the port of Durban, the ship was put in quarantine because of the white residents' agitation for the repatriation of the Indians. After 23 days of quarantine, when Gandhi landed, some European youngsters pelted him with stones, snatched away his turban, and kicked him. Even then, his heart did not arraign his assailants. Though he declined to prosecute them, the incident fanned the flame of prejudice against the Indians. laws imposing stringent restrictions on Indian trade and immigration were introduced by the South African government. Gandhi sought help from leading men in India and England to create public opinion against the disabilities of the Indians in Natal. In this little house in Durban, a period of introspection dawned in Gandhi's life. He developed a passion for self-help and simplicity. He studied the book, Advice to a Mother, equipped himself with the knowledge necessary for the physical, mental, and spiritual well-being of his children, and infused a spirit of service and self-respect in them. He longed for humanitarian service and worked in a hospital. When a leper came to his door, Gandhi offered him shelter, dressed his wounds, and looked after him. On the outbreak of the Boer War between the Dutch settlers and the British in 1899, Gandhi's loyalty to the empire drove him to side with the British, though his sympathies were with the Boers. He organized an Indian ambulance corps and left for the front. They worked under the fire of enemy guns and carried wounded soldiers to hospitals through heat and dust. The humble work of the sons of the empire was applauded, and they were awarded the War Medal. On the eve of Gandhi's departure for India, after 6 years' stay in South Africa, the Indians bathed him with the nectar of love and presented him with an address and costly gifts. The gifts agitated him deeply. Having accepted a life of service and conquered infatuation for jewelry, Gandhi created a trust of the gifts in favor of the community. On his return to India in 1901, Gandhi reached Calcutta to pay his first visit to the Indian National Congress, moved a resolution on the conditions of the Indians in South Africa, and pleaded for India's active sympathy. There was no limit to insanitation in the Congress camp. He gave the volunteers object lessons in sweeping and scavenging. Before settling down, Gandhi made an extensive tour of India. To acquaint himself with the hardships of the passengers, he traveled third class. Gandhi informed Gokhale that he had opened an office in Bombay. Just when he seemed to be settling down, he received an unexpected cable from South Africa and returned to Natal at the call of his countrymen. Realizing that he must remain in Transvaal and fight the battle through, he set up his office in Johannesburg. He was enrolled as an attorney of the Supreme Court. The spirit of sacrifice gradually grew stronger and changed his mode of life. The Gita became an infallible guide of conduct. Aparigraha, non-possession, and samabhava, equability, presupposed a change of heart, a change of attitude for Gandhi. In a letter to his brother, he explained how his life was becoming truth intoxicated and declared his intention to renounce his worldly possessions and to utilize his savings for the community. Seeking to purify his physical self, he read treatises on nature cure. His dislike for medicine steadily increased, and he fasted and experimented in dietetics. He had great faith in earth treatment and applied the mud poultice to ailing patients. He wrote Guide to Health to help the people to keep the temple of the spirit, the human body, in a fit condition. He believed that perfect health can be attained by living in obedience to the laws of God. Gandhi felt the need of a journal specially devoted to the cause of the Indians. In June 1903, the weekly Indian Opinion was launched in 4 languages. Week after week, Gandhi poured out his soul in its columns. For him, the single aim of journalism was service of truth. During a journey, he became absorbed in the perusal of Ruskin's Unto This Last, which teaches that men can be happy only if they obey the moral law. He discovered some of his deepest convictions reflected in the book, which brought about an instantaneous and practical transformation in his life. Later, he paraphrased the book, entitling it Sarvodaya, the welfare of all, and maintained that if every Indian stuck to truth, Swaraj will come of its own accord. Convinced that the life of labor is a life worth living, Gandhi bought a fruit orchard at Phoenix. He formed a nucleus of a settlement which led a Spartan life. The colony was self-supporting, and the material requirements of life were reduced to a minimum. Indian Opinion was printed at the farm. Settlers learned all aspects of press work. Hand power was preferred to mechanical power. This paved the way for the highest moral uplift of the settlers. Gandhi kept a close track of events in India. He advocated the abolition of the salt tax, called for united opposition to Bengal's partition, supported the boycott of British goods, and hailed the Swadeshi movement. He emphasized the need for communal harmony, commended the adoption of Vande Mataram as India's national anthem, and of Hindustani as a common language for achieving nationhood. He supported the demand for home rule in the name of justice and humanity. During the Zulu rebellion in 1906, Gandhi was appointed Sergeant Major in the Indian Stretcher Bearer Corps. He and his men did hard, self-sacrificing work, carrying the injured up and down the hills and nursing the wounded Zulu rebels. This mission of mercy eased Gandhi's conscience. Long treks to the hamlets of the suffering tribesmen afforded ample opportunity to Gandhi for self-analysis. He clearly saw that an aspirant after a life devoted to service must accept poverty as a constant companion and observe celibacy, for one cannot follow both the flesh and the spirit. He he sealed his brahmacharya with a vow for life. On return from the war, Gandhi was dismayed to find that the Transvaal government had introduced an ordinance compelling all Asians to take out a certificate of registration. Condemning this black act, Gandhi observed that it was not merely abominable, but a crime against humanity. The Indian community was fiercely indignant. On September 11th, 1906, Gandhi took the pledge at a mass meeting with God as witness. I shall die, but not submit to the anti-Asiatic law. Since that day, Gandhi's life story has mainly been the history of Satyagraha. Emphasizing the moral basis of the impending struggle, Gandhi gave a signal for the passive resistance movement. Attorney Gandhi, Honorary Secretary of the British Indian Association of Transvaal, stood in the dock, considering the role of a political prisoner far more honorable than that of a lawyer. On January 10th, 1908, Gandhi entered the prison gate for the first time for civil disobedience. He donned a convict's clothes and ate jail rations. Believing that whoever has a taste for reading good books is able to bear loneliness in any place with great ease, he spent his time in reading. On reading Socrates, he felt that Indians should learn to live and die like Socrates, the great Satyagrahi. After about a fortnight, the prison gates were opened for Gandhi and his colleagues, consequent upon the Smuts-Gandhi settlement, which proposed the acceptance of voluntary registration by the Indians and the repeal of the Black Act by the government. The commencement of voluntary registration was signalized by a murderous attack upon Gandhi by a misguided countryman. To die by the hand of a brother was not a matter of sorrow for Gandhi, since death, he thought, was the appointed end of all life. True to his pledge to take out the first certificate, Gandhi gave his fingerprints from the sick bed. General Smuts played foul and did not repeal the Black Act. The Indian community was thrown into a turmoil. The struggle was resumed with a bonfire of certificates, and the resolve to court wholesale imprisonment was a challenge to the government. The fearless fighters had full faith in the righteousness of their cause and in God. The movement was in full swing. Gandhi was sentenced to 2 months' hard labor. Suffering is our remedy. Victory is certain, was his message for the people. In prison, he volunteered to do scavenging. On hearing the news of his wife's illness, Gandhi wrote to her, "I am very much grieved, but I am not in a position to nurse you. I have offered my all to the Satyagraha struggle. If death comes to you, you should depart with faith in God, as in Satyagraha. Life or death does not make any difference." The struggle continued with unabated vigor. the passive resistors showed magnificent courage by seeking imprisonment again and again. On February 25th, 1909, Gandhi was re-imprisoned. He read a great deal in prison. Like Thoreau, Gandhi did not feel for a moment confined, and the prison walls seemed a great waste of stone and mortar. He was convinced that a government which is evil has no room for good men and women except in its prisons. For the real road to ultimate happiness and freedom lay in resisting unjust laws and undergoing suffering in the interest of one's country. In a letter from prison to his son, Gandhi emphasized the importance of chastity, poverty, and hard work. For education to him did not mean knowledge of letters, but character building and knowledge of duty. While on deputation in England, Gandhi acquainted Count Leo Tolstoy, who had long been interested in India, with the civil disobedience movement in Transvaal, which, if successful, was likely to serve as an example to the downtrodden millions in India and the world. He also sent him a copy of the first biography of him written by Reverend Doak. In his reply to Gandhi, Tolstoy expressed the liveliest sympathy for the fight between gentleness and brutality, between humility and love on one side and conceit and violence on the other. On his return voyage on board the Kildonian castle, Gandhi worked day and night on his 30,000-word book, Hind Swaraj, Indian Home Rule, containing the quintessence of his ideas. When the right hand was exhausted, he wrote with his left hand. Condemning modern civilization, which is purely material, he wrote that East and West can really meet when the West has thrown overboard modern civilization almost in its entirety. He observed that there is just the same inviolable connection between the means and the ends as there is between the seed and the tree. Advocating the use of truth force against brute force for the attainment of Swaraj, which meant self-rule or self-control, he declared that his life henceforth would be dedicated to its attainment. Sending the booklet to Tolstoy, Gandhi asked for his criticism. Tolstoy thought the question treated in the book was of the greatest importance for the whole of humanity. Reverend Doak's biography of Gandhi gave Tolstoy an opportunity to understand him better. 2 months before his death, the Russian sage wrote to Gandhi that non-resistance is nothing else but the discipline of love undeformed by false interpretations. Passive resistance in Transvaal seemed to him the most fundamental work in which not only the Christians but all the peoples of the world must participate. Gandhi's dream of developing a community of satyagrahis, living a new and simple life in rural surroundings, took final shape on a farm near Johannesburg, named after Tolstoy. Gandhi espoused poverty, made further changes in his mode of living, and maintained a regular diary of his daily activities and expenses. Every little experiment, from dietetics to the discipline of the inmates, to meet their economic, educational, moral, and spiritual problems was conducted on the farm. The inmates imbibed the lesson of mutual service, courtesy, and industry. The weak became strong, and labor proved to be a tonic for all. Gandhi's faith and courage were at their highest in Tolstoy Farm, which proved to be a center of spiritual purification and penance for the final campaign. Gopal Krishna Gokhale came to South Africa in October 1912 in response to Gandhi's request. He received a tumultuous welcome. From the moment of his landing, Gandhi acted as his secretary and personal attendant. Gokhale came to assess the condition of the Indians and assist Gandhi in ameliorating it. His message to the Indians was, if you have to resume your struggle, the civilized world will wish you success. But the issue will largely turn on your readiness to suffer and sacrifice in a just cause. Gandhi seemed to Gokhale to have in him the marvelous spiritual power to turn ordinary men around him into heroes and martyrs. On the passing of the immigration bill, a fresh grievance arose, and Gandhi said, "Once more into the breach, my friends." In October 1913, hundreds of Indians, men and women with children in their arms, thronged Newcastle to march to Transvaal as a protest against the £3 tax levied on their freedom. They possessed no worldly goods. They had only the sky as their roof. But they had great faith in their leader, who shared their daily hardships, nursed the sick, and fed the hungry. The soldiers of Satyagraha offered prayers and began the epic march in the name of God. Gandhi was arrested 3 times in 4 days, but the march continued, proclaiming the grim tenacity and the stern determination of the marchers. Gandhi appealed to the government in the name of humanity not to tear him away from the marchers and leave them leaderless, as it was a violation of all considerations of justice. Gandhi was sentenced to 12 months' rigorous imprisonment on 4 counts. After an incarceration of hardly 6 weeks, he was released unconditionally. Consequent upon a truce with government, the Indian Relief Bill, vindicating the principles of civil resistance and racial equality, was passed. As a penance for the loss of lives in the struggle, imposing a vow of self-suffering on himself, Gandhi adopted an ascetic mode of life. On the triumphant end of the Satyagraha struggle, Gandhi observed, "Satyagraha is a priceless weapon, and those who wield it are strangers to disappointment or defeat." Gandhi felt that his mission in South Africa was over. He had spent 21 years there, sharing to the full the joys and sorrows of human experience, and had realized his vocation in life. He sailed for England on July 18, 1914, along with Kasturbai, on his way back to India. War was declared on August 4th. Gandhi reached London on August 6th. Instead of turning England's need into an opportunity for pressing Indian demands, Gandhi offered his services to the empire and once again organized an ambulance corps. Owing to a deterioration in his health, Gandhi sailed for India on December 19th, with the hope that the connection between India and England might be a source of spiritual comfort to the whole world. Gandhi and Kasturbai were given an imposing reception at the quay when they landed at Bombay on January 9th, 1915. Gandhi bound himself by a promise to Gokhale not to express any opinion on public questions until he had gained sufficient experience in India, and proceeded to Kathiawar to meet relatives and friends. He received a warm welcome. People spontaneously addressed him as Mahatma, the great soul. Soon after Gandhi's Phoenix disciples took shelter at Shantiniketan ashram, poet Tagore wrote to Gandhi that they would form a living link in the sadhana of both of their lives. On their arrival at Shantiniketan to meet the Phoenix family, Gandhi and Kasturbai were honored in the traditional manner. Delighted with the artistic atmosphere of the ashram, Gandhi hoped that through her Oriental culture, India would establish friendly relations with the Eastern and the Western worlds. He exhorted the inmates to adopt self-help, and Shantiniketan became a busy hive. But on February 19th, it was immersed in grief at the news of Gokhale's sudden death. Gandhi bemoaned, "I set out to find a true hero and found only one in India." The Kumbh fair at Hardwar attracted many pilgrims. Gandhi too attended the fair, not with the sentiments of a pilgrim, but as a volunteer to do sanitation work. As an act of self-denial, here he pledged himself to limit his diet to 5 items and not to eat after sunset. Seeking his own hermitage in an atmosphere of renunciation and service, Gandhi founded the Satyagraha Ashram at Kochrab near Ahmedabad on May 25th. With 25 inmates bound by vows of truth and celibacy, non-violence and non-possession, Swadeshi, Khadi, and the removal of untouchability. Soon, difficulty arose over the use of the well on the admission of an untouchable family as inmates of the ashram. Gandhi was put to the test, but gradually the storm passed away. Untouchability was shaken to its foundation. In 1917, Gandhi found a congenial task in the service of the oppressed peasants on the indigo plantation of Champaran in North Bihar. His arrival for investigation into their grievances roused new hopes in the peasants, and they thronged to him to tell their woes. On being served with a quit order, Gandhi refused to comply with it out of a sense of public responsibility and expressed his determination to proceed with the inquiry. At his trial for disobedience, Gandhi said, "I have entered the country for rendering humanitarian and national service in obedience to the higher law of conscience," and pleaded guilty. The compulsory growing of indigo was abolished on the recommendation of the inquiry committee. The century-old stain of indigo was washed away, and the country had its first object lesson in individual civil disobedience. In the middle of 1917, on the outbreak of the plague in Kochra village, Gandhi shifted his ashram to the bank of the river Sabarmati. Amidst the neem and tamarind trees was situated Gandhi's bare hut, Hriday Kunj, along with the simple dwellings of the inmates. Life at the ashram gave full play to the emotion and intellect of the residents. There were gardens to till and cows to tend. Throbbing with an active spirit of sacrifice, everyone performed his obligatory task of weaving. As evening fell, the inmates congregated to pay their respect to the different faiths of the world at the sanctuary. The four directions were its walls, and the canopy of the sky its dome. The sermons of Gandhi and the hymns of the Gita created a spirit of peace and love. In this community, where work was prayer and prayer love, Gandhi's personality was fully reflected. In 1918, unrest prevailed among the textile workers of Ahmedabad, who were underpaid and overworked. Gandhi espoused their cause, conducted a peaceful strike, and exhorted the workers to abide by their pledge never to resort to violence. The strike situation began to grow critical. 20 days passed by. Hunger had its effect on the strikers, and they began flagging. Gandhi spontaneously announced, "I will not touch any food." 3 days after the fast commenced, the mill owners accepted arbitration, and without any ill will, the righteous struggle achieved its end. Gandhi expressed his views with fervor, advocating Swadeshi in language, dress, and thinking. The inhuman destruction of the ancient art of hand spinning was corroding his heart. The discovery of the spinning wheel, consigned to the lofts as useless lumber in a remote village, gave him new hope, for as the loss of the spinning wheel had brought about India's slavery, its revival meant India's freedom. Gandhi arrived in Bombay for medical treatment, as hard work coupled with uncooked food had ruined his health. His refusal to take medicine and the vow not to take milk came in the way of his recovery. He yielded to Kasturbai's suggestion that he should take goat's milk. During the convalescent period at Mani Bhavan, he learnt and practiced spinning, and the wheel hummed merrily in his room, spinning peace, goodwill, and love in every revolution. On his sickbed, Gandhi was roused by the publication of the notorious Rowlatt Bills in February 1919, which sought to crush the civic rights of Indians and to gag the voice of revolt. A wave of anger greeted the bills all over India. Describing them as aggravated symptoms of a deep-seated disease in the ruling class, Gandhi informed the Viceroy about his desire to offer civil disobedience in protest. In spite of the united opposition of all elected Indian members, on March 18, the Black Bills were pushed through and became law. At Gandhi's call, the country observed April 6th as a day of humiliation and prayer. Vast multitudes united into common action solemnly affirmed their resolve to disobey the bills and refrain from violence to life, person, or property. True to the pledge, prohibited literature consistent with Satyagraha was selected. Gandhi went round the city to sell the prohibited literature, and the movement was inaugurated. At a Satyagraha demonstration, Gandhi emphasized the importance of sacrifice for the eternal ideals of justice and liberty. For no nation had ever risen without being purified through the fire of suffering. To defy the Indian Press Act, Gandhi published the weekly Satyagrahi, in which he expressed his opinions unhampered by any other consideration than that of his own conscience. The country was astir. There was an orgy of arrests and convictions. On Sunday, April 13th, Brigadier General Dyer marched with his armed force through the tortuous, torrid streets and mazy lanes of Amritsar. He entered Jallianwala Bagh in the heart of the city by the narrow entrance with a firm determination to do all men to death. Debouching from the passage, he ordered the troops to fire upon the seething mass of humanity gathered for a peaceful meeting. The Bagh suddenly resounded with bullet fire, carrying death and destruction among the unarmed, unwarned people. The firing continued till the ammunition was exhausted, killing 375 and injuring over 1,000 helpless men and women. And when all was over, heaps of wounded lay near this wall. The massacre and the terrible indignity of the martial law, inflicting the humiliating punishment of making people crawl on their bellies, and the public flogging of innocent victims, shocked Gandhi. When the terror-stricken people indulged in violence, it suddenly dawned on him that it was a Himalayan miscalculation on his part to have called upon his countrymen to launch the civil disobedience movement prematurely, and he suspended the Satyagraha on April 18. The weeklies, Navjivan and Young India, were launched by Gandhi to expound the meaning of Satyagraha and Swadeshi. They soon reached the farthest corners of India and put heart into the people. The Amritsar Congress, held in December 1919, under the presidentship of Motilal Nehru, adopted Gandhi's gospel of Swaraj through Swadeshi and his plea for the revival of the age-old cottage industries as India's prosperity was founded on the plough and the spinning wheel. The slogan, Mahatma Gandhi ki Jai, began to dominate the Indian political horizon, and the national movement took a new shape and developed a new orientation. The spinning wheel, Gandhi said, is a national necessity. Not on the clatter of arms, but on the reintroduction of the spinning wheel depends the economic and moral regeneration of India. Slowly, the music of one of the most ancient of India's machines once more permeated society. In April 1920, when poet Tagore visited Ahmedabad to attend the Gujarati Literary Conference, Gandhi greeted him with deference and affection and appealed to the people to donate generously for the poet's Vishwa Bharati. Gandhi identified himself with the Muslims when they launched the Khilafat agitation against the unjust peace terms imposed on Turkey by Britain. The Khilafat movement adopted Gandhi's doctrine of non-violent non-cooperation as an infallible remedy. In pursuance of the resolve, Gandhi reiterated that non-cooperation would be inaugurated on the 1st of August. At 12:40 in the night that very day, Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak, Gandhi's strongest bulwark, passed away. Lamenting his death, Gandhi observed, "A giant among men has fallen. He will go down to the generations yet unborn as the maker of modern India." No man had preached the gospel of Swaraj with the consistency and insistence of the Lokmanya. On the appointed day, Gandhi gave the signal for the non-cooperation campaign by returning the Kaisar-e-Hind gold medal and the decorations received in South Africa to the Viceroy, for he could retain neither respect nor affection for the government, which was moving from wrong to defend its immorality. India responded to Gandhi's call. People straightened their backs and raised their heads. Schools and colleges were emptied and the courts abandoned. With a view to lay the groundwork of truly Indian education, Gandhi founded the Gujarat Vidyapith at Ahmedabad. Its object was to preserve the languages of India and to use them as sources of national regeneration. Manual work, which formed a part of the curriculum, fostered a spirit of self-help and independence among the students. Gandhi looked upon the institution as a place where the sacred fire of India was to be consecrated in order afterwards to radiate throughout the world. Persuading the people to adopt India's real weapon of love and truth to fight the government, Gandhi condemned the doctrine of the sword. "I want India to practice non-violence of the strong, her title of nobility. If she takes up the doctrine of the sword, she may gain momentary victory, but she will cease to be the pride of my heart." Swaraj was very much in the air and in people's thought when, in December 1920, the Nagpur session of the Congress unanimously approved Gandhi's resolution on the attainment of Swaraj by legitimate and peaceful means within 1 year, and the Constitution, as revised by him, turning the Congress into a mass organization. Thus began the Gandhi era in Congress politics. While touring the country incessantly and tirelessly, Gandhi did not lose sight of India's gravest problem, poverty. India as a nation, he observed, can live and die only for the spinning wheel. The womanhood and the masses of India have been awakened as never before at the call of the wheel. Its restoration alone will feed the millions of hungry mouths. The wasted hours of the nation should be utilized in converting cotton into cloth in our cottages. And at Gandhi's suggestion, the spinning wheel found a place in the Swaraj flag, with a white, green and red background symbolizing peace, purity and the unity of all faiths in India. Thus was born a flag for the non-violent revolt in 1921, representing an ideal to live for and die for. Swaraj and Swadeshi ran parallel on Gandhi's schedule. On July 31st, he inaugurated the campaign for the boycott of foreign cloth by kindling an immense bonfire in Bombay, not out of racial hatred, but as a sign of India's determination to break with the past. To Gandhi, the outward fire was a symbol of the inner fire, which would burn up all weaknesses of the head and the heart. In burning my foreign clothes, I burn my shame, said he. It would be wrong to give this material to the poor, for the poor too have a sense of honor. The bonfire spread all over the land. Gandhi went from village to village and from town to town. Here in Madurai, he decided to discard his cap and vest, realizing that the millions were too poor to replace the discarded foreign clothes. On the morning of September 21st, his head was shaved and he wrapped a piece of khadar around his loins. Thus he resolutely took to the loincloth. Great events seemed imminent. Gandhi declared, "It is contrary to national dignity for any Indian to serve under a government which has brought about India's economic, moral, and political degradation." Non-cooperation clashed with poet Tagore's way of thinking. Steering his bark against the current, he addressed the nation. Though the Mahatma is the master of truth and love, it is possible that real freedom of the soul may be crushed in the name of outward liberty. In Gandhi's command of spin and weave, he did not see the gospel of a new creative age. For him, the awakening of India was bound up with the awakening of the world. The warning of the great sentinel evoked a firm rejoinder from Gandhi. When all about me are dying for want of food, the only occupation permissible to me is to feed the hungry, and hunger is drawing them to the spinning wheel. Our non-cooperation is with the material civilization and the exploitation of the weak. I want the culture of all lands to be blown about my house as freely as possible, but I refuse to be blown off my feet by any of them. The revolution seemed to be smoldering everywhere, ready to burst into flames when the Indian National Congress met at Ahmedabad in December 1921. The Congress again proclaimed its faith in civil disobedience as a weapon equally effective and more human than armed rebellion, and delegated its powers to Gandhi as its sole executive authority. Gandhi informed the Viceroy that Bardoli Taluka in Gujarat was to be the first unit of non-violent mass revolt. But on February 5th, 1922, on the outbreak of violence at Chauri Chaura in the district of Gorakhpur, taking the sins of the people upon himself, Gandhi made a confession. God spoke clearly through Chauri Chaura. Mob violence, even in answer to grave provocation, is a bad augury. He suspended the intended mass civil disobedience in Bardoli and imposed on himself a 5-day fast as a penance. The long expected happened at last. On March 10th, when Gandhi was about to retire, the police party arrived in the ashram to arrest him. Feeling happy and gratified at his arrest, he equipped himself with his barest necessities. The ashram inmates joined in his last prayer and bowed to him. Blessing them, Gandhi took their leave. At noon, March 18th, the great trial began at Circuit House, Ahmedabad. When a frail, serene, indomitable figure entered, the entire court rose in an act of spontaneous homage. Gandhi was indicted on 3 seditious articles published in Young India. The first 2 contained the declaration of fight to the finish and preached disaffection towards the government. In the third, challenging the power-intoxicated British Empire surviving on the exploitation of the weaker races, Gandhi had argued, how can there be any compromise whilst the British lion continues to shake his gory claws in our face? Accused Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, aged 53, describing himself as a farmer and weaver by profession, spoke in his own defense and pleaded guilty to the charge. I hold it to be a virtue to be disaffected towards a government which in its totality has done more harm to India than any other system. I do not ask for mercy. I am to invite and cheerfully submit to the highest penalty that can be inflicted upon me for what in law is a deliberate crime and what appears to me to be the highest duty of the citizen. The most epic event of modern times ended quickly. Gandhi was sentenced to 6 years' simple imprisonment. The embodied symbol of the Indian nation disappeared as the gates closed behind him. Peace, non-violence, self-suffering was the message which vibrated from the prison walls. This was the prison meant for Gandhi's long rest. Gandhi saw that the prison system was almost devoid of humanity. He was kept in solitary confinement. The jail manual was applied to him rigorously. He was subjected to search daily before lockup. His resistance as a satyagrahi ceased and obedience was resumed as a prisoner, though he respectfully declined to be humiliated. Gandhi mapped out a program of studies to finish which 6 years were not enough. He accounted for every minute of his time. His day dawned with a prayer. At 6, he began his work. Spinning, which became an inner need with him, occupied him for 3 hours. While turning the spinning wheel, his attention was fixed on a single point. Believing that every spinner should learn to card, he engaged himself in carding for an hour. Six hours he devoted to literary efforts, sitting down to his books with the delight of a young man. He read extensively on religion and literature. He studied over again the Hindu scriptures and works on Islam, Christianity, and Buddhism. He also read on social and natural sciences. History for him had a special spiritual significance, for he believed that truth transcends history. In prison, Gandhi was as happy as a bird. Gandhi's spirit animated the free world. Romain Rolland observed in his biography of Gandhi, "This is the man who stirred 300 million people to revolt, who has introduced into human politics the strongest religious impetus of the last 2,000 years." The walls were no barriers to his thought. He wrote a primer for children, which stressed the importance of a clean body and a composed mind, of prayer, spinning, and nature study, hoping that the mother in India would in future be her child's teacher. "22 months of the prison life had an adverse effect on Gandhi's health. On the night of January 12, 1924, amidst a violent thunderstorm, state prisoner Gandhi was operated upon in the Sassoon Hospital, Pune. The electric light fused during the operation. The appendectomy had to be finished by the light of a hurricane lamp. Gandhi thanked his surgeon, Colonel Maddock, profusely, and they became warm friends. The prisoner under guard began picking up unexpectedly fast. On February 4th, the government remitted the unexpired portion of Gandhi's sentence and released him unconditionally. His reaction was, "My release has brought me no relief." Early in March, Gandhi came to Pamban at Juhu by the seaside near Bombay to recuperate. He enjoyed the beauty of the landscape and recovered slowly. While convalescing, Gandhi resumed editorial charge of his weeklies after 2 years. "I had hoped for release by an act of a Swaraj parliament," he wrote, "but that was not to be. We have yet to attain freedom. I have no new program. My faith in the old is just as bright as ever." It soon became obvious to Gandhi that the only question before the country was that of Hindu-Muslim unity, which was both necessary and natural. The triumph of communalism over national interest weighed heavily on his body and mind. Dedicated to the highest cause, universal brotherhood of man, though still weak, Gandhi, at the call of his conscience, imposed upon himself a penitential fast of 21 days on September 18th, 1924. The attention of the nation was focused on Maulana Muhammad Ali's house in Delhi, for the stake was one man's life and the price the nation's freedom. Gandhi appealed to end the quarrel, which was a disgrace to religion and humanity. Faith in oneself is faith in God. If we have that faith, we shall cease to fear one another. The 39th session of the Indian National Congress was held at Belgaum on December 26, 1924, with Gandhi as the president. He induced the Congress to accept the spinning franchise, making labor in the form of a contribution of self-spun yarn as an alternative to 4-anna membership. His concluding remarks were, "Satyagraha is search for truth. Like Swaraj, it is our birthright." Throughout 1925, Gandhi traveled ceaselessly to be morally prepared for future political opportunities. Fiery and passionate words flowed from him. "Our ability to reach unity in diversity will be beauty and the test of our civilization. My Swaraj takes note of the weakest of the weak. It will come not by the acquisition of authority by a few, but by the acquisition by all of the capacity to resist authority when it is abused. Gandhi regarded untouchability as a fiendish sin. Anything that is prejudicial to the welfare of the nation is untouchable, but no human being can be so. The spinning wheel was presented to the nation for giving occupation to the millions who have been reduced to pauperism. Charkha is intended to realize the essential and living oneness of interest among India's myriads. It is criminal to displace the hand labor by the introduction of power-driven spindles. If India was really to prosper in her villages and not in her cities, the spinning wheel was the only instrument of its prosperity and freedom. At the news of the sudden death of Deshbandhu Chittaranjan Das, Gandhi almost broke down. India has lost a jewel, but we must regain it by gaining Swaraj. On the expiry of his presidential term, Gandhi took a vow of a year's political silence and immobility, for he believed that silence was the language of cosmic adoration. The year of silence gave Gandhi's body time to rest. He devoted more time to the inmates of his ashram and kept in touch with the people through his journals, trying to awaken and strengthen the nation from within by advocating social reforms. Justifying his crucial decision to kill an ailing calf in the ashram, he argued, "I felt that humanity demands that agony should be ended by ending life itself." After a calm and clear judgment, to kill or cause pain to a living being from a pure, selfless intent may be the purest form of ahimsa. To cause pain or wish ill to take life of any living being out of anger or selfish intent is himsa. He gave discourses on the New Testament, the Gita, and the Ramayana. The central theme of the Gita, according to him, was the renunciation of the fruits of one's action. A new impulse was driving the people forward. The peasants of the Bardoli Taluka in Gujarat, who were lifted into a mood of sacrifice by the spark of Gandhiism, launched a struggle against the oppressive increase of revenue under the guidance of Vallabhbhai Patel, spontaneously called Sardar, the leader. Hundreds were arrested and driven off their farms. Their property was attached and confiscated. Gandhi gave consolation. Those who have stout hearts and hands need never fear loss of belongings. They will have lost their positions but kept their honor. People driven by the nationalist spirit that was awakened in the country greeted the Simon Commission with black flags and angry shouts of "Go back." The Commission was touring India in connection with constitutional reforms. The repressive measures of the government failed to frighten the people. In an anti-Simon demonstration in Punjab, the veteran leader Lala Lajpat Rai was struck on the chest. He died soon afterwards. Gandhi's tribute was, "Men like Lalaji cannot die so long as the sun shines in the Indian sky." The Calcutta Congress was held in December 1928 under the presidentship of Motilal Nehru. A revolutionary spirit was aroused in the youth of the country. A controversy raged around dominion status and independence. Representing the younger generation, Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhash Chandra Bose opposed the all parties report supporting dominion status. Effecting a compromise, Gandhi moved a resolution that gave a year's grace to the government for granting dominion status and warned, in the event of its non-acceptance by December 31st, 1929, the Congress will declare complete independence as its goal. Political tension was mounting. A rude awakening came on April 8th when Bhagat Singh and Batukeshwar Dutt dropped 2 bombs in the Central Assembly as a protest on behalf of those who had no other means left to give expression to their heart-rending agony. Deploring the incident, Gandhi appealed to the people to pursue non-violence with redoubled vigor. Gandhi's epoch-making autobiography, His Experiments with Truth till 1920, appeared in 2 volumes. My life from this point onwards, argued he, has been so public that there is hardly anything that the people do not know about it. Gandhi hailed the young president-elect of the Congress. Jawaharlal is pure as the crystal. He is truthful beyond suspicion. He has, by his bravery, determination, application, integrity, and grit, captivated the imagination of the youth of the land. The nation is safe in his hands. The year of grace was coming to an end. The 45th session of the Indian National Congress met on the banks of the Ravi on the outskirts of Lahore. Motilal Nehru handed over charge of the Congress presidentship to Jawaharlal. Son followed father and declared himself a socialist and a republican. Independence for him meant complete freedom from British domination and British imperialism. The overflowing enthusiasm was for a symbol and an ideal. The atmosphere was surcharged with the gravity of the occasion. At the stroke of midnight on December 31st, 1929, as the old year yielded place to the new, Gandhi's historic resolution on independence and the action to be taken was passed. The flag of Indian independence was unfurled amidst deafening shouts of Inqilab Zindabad, long live revolution. India's cry for independence resounded all over the world. To give a start to the campaign, January 26, 1930 was observed as Independence Day. The vast multitudes all over the country solemnly pledged, "We believe that it is the inalienable right of the Indian people, as of any other people, to have freedom. We hold it to be a crime against man and God to submit any longer to a rule that has caused disaster to our country." The celebration gave the necessary impetus to Gandhi, convincing him that the time was ripe for action. He published an 11-point manifesto stressing that total prohibition, reduction of the land revenue, and the military expenditure, and the abolition of the salt tax were the vital needs of the people. Next to air and water, salt is perhaps the greatest necessity of life, wrote Gandhi. In a letter to the Viceroy, he announced his intention, "If my letter makes no appeal to your heart, on the 11th day of this month, I shall proceed to disregard the provisions of the salt law,
As the independence movement is essentially for the poorest in the land, the beginning will be made with this evil. On receiving a no from the Viceroy, Gandhi exclaimed, "On bended knees I asked for bread, and I received stone instead." Gandhi resolved that he would himself perform the first act of civil disobedience by taking salt illegally from the sea with select ashram inmates for whom non-violence was an article of faith. India was preparing to vindicate its right to freedom. On March 9th, 1930, crowds and crowds of men, women, and children forded the river Sabarmati. 75,000 people met and in Gandhi's presence took the pledge, "Without achieving freedom for our country, we shall not rest in peace, nor will the government get peace." Gandhi devoted all his time and energy to an intensive preparation of the ashram for the final conflict at the appointed hour. Everyone was on the tiptoe of expectation. On the eve of the historic Salt March, Gandhi touched the tender chords of the people's hearts when he said, "These may be the last words of my life on the sacred banks of the Sabarmati. We have resolved to utilize all our resources in the pursuit of an exclusively non-violent struggle. Women can stand shoulder to shoulder with men in this movement." Hoping that the stream of civil resistors would flow unbroken, he gave instruction, "After I have broken the law wherever possible, civil disobedience of salt laws should be started by manufacturing, purchasing, and selling contraband salt. May God keep off all obstacles from the path in the struggle that begins tomorrow." On March 12th, with the coming of daylight, India's soul was awake. More and more eager and throbbing crowds collected. Prayers having been sung, the pilgrim was ready to make the great beginning of the great movement. The long-awaited hour arrived, and he was there. The great march for liberty began. Gandhi started on his 241-mile-long trek from the ashram to Dandi, a village on the sea coast, along with his chosen band of 78 ashram inmates, symbols of the national determination with a strong resolve and undaunted look. As the epic march began, multitudes thundered out their welcome to the revolution and expressed their will to do and die through the cries of Inqilab Zindabad. 61-year-old Gandhi, with his undying faith in the justice of the cause he was pursuing and in the success of the great campaign he had embarked upon, marched at the head of the procession with quick and unfaltering steps. The pilgrim marches onward on his long trek through the seas of humanity to the appointed place where India is first coming to grips with the great British Empire, observed Jawaharlal Nehru. Staff in hand, he goes along the dusty roads of Gujarat, clear-eyed and firm of step, with his faithful band trudging along behind him. Many a journey he has undertaken in the past, many a weary road traversed, but longer than any that have gone before is this last journey of his, and many are the obstacles in his way. But the fire of great resolve is in him, and surpassing love of his countrymen. None that passes him can escape the spell, and men of common clay feel the spark of life. It is a long journey, for the goal is the independence of India and the ending of the exploitation of her millions. The soldiers of freedom marched all along the distance of 13 miles to Aslali, the first halt. The villagers gave a ceremonial reception to the Satyagrahis on the outskirts of the village. After the day's march through heat and dust, Gandhi and his followers entered the village Dharamshala for the night's rest. In the evening, the prayer meeting was held in the village. Gandhi explained his mission. The soldiers of the first batch had burnt their boats the moment the march began. He added that he would not return to the ashram until the Salt Act was repealed and Swaraj won. He expounded the real nature of democracy. We want to establish a government which will not do anything against the will of the people. He exhorted the villagers to take to the spinning wheel, to look to the sanitation of the village, and to treat the untouchables with brotherly love. He also urged them to join the movement to break the most inhuman poll tax, as it would be a step forward on the way to Swaraj. Next morning, the people of Aslali saw Gandhi stride away with his pilgrim band to the next stage in the journey to the sea. Daily, Gandhi tramped about 10 miles. On the way, he spoke on his familiar themes, beseeching the people to abjure alcohol, abandon child marriage, and, when the signal came, to break the salt law. As the procession marched through village after village, the people followed the fortunes of this marching column from day to day, and the temperature of the country went up. The army was marching in a disciplined manner. The agile general in front was indeed a source of inspiration to all. The march continued, and the message of sedition came in clearer and firmer tones. In 10 days, the marchers covered 115 miles, half the distance between Sabarmati and Dandi. The pitch of the people's emotion was rising, and so was the readiness for sacrifice. On the 15th day, the band reached Broch and crossed the river Narmada. April came. Gandhi drew near to the sea, and the country waited for the word to begin civil disobedience. Gandhi conducted his daily prayer meetings and spoke at all the halting places. Seeking the people's cooperation for the righteous struggle, he observed, Satyagraha cannot succeed without a spirit of purity and self-sacrifice. The rebel preached the duty of disloyalty. Loyalty to a state so corrupt is a sin, disloyalty a virtue. In the area traversed, several village headmen threw up their government jobs. Gandhi admonished his hosts for being lavish and extravagant in welcoming the marchers. In your hospitality towards servants like us, you will have to be miserly rather than lavish. He was confident of enlisting the cooperation of the people. It was his feeling that women would contribute more to the struggle for Swaraj than men. Gandhi voiced his firm determination to win Swaraj. Either I shall return with what I want, or my dead body will float in the ocean. Monday was a day of rest every week. Gandhi insisted on the ashram routine being followed by every one of the pilgrims, especially in 3 essentials: prayer, spinning, and writing the daily diary. That rigorous self-discipline will generate in us, said he, a force which will enable us to retain what we have won. Truth was once again on the march. Never was the wave of patriotism so powerful in the hearts of Indians as it was on this great occasion. The eyes of the world were focused on Gandhi and on Dandi, a small village on the seashore in Gujarat, which was preparing to receive streams of men and women. Dandi, the destination of the great march, was in sight. After a 241-mile-long trek, lasting for 24 days, the pilgrims reached the promised land on the morning of April 5th. Sarojini Naidu received Gandhi and his followers on the outskirts of the village. On reaching Dandi, Gandhi felt greatly relieved. God be thanked for what may be termed the happy ending of the first stage in this, for me at least, the final struggle for freedom. Gandhi arrived at his seaside resort for rest. After relaxing for a few hours, he set out to prepare the people for the war against the salt tax that was to begin next morning. Addressing the eager crowds gathered under the banyan tree, Gandhi reaffirmed his decision to break the salt law. God willing, I expect with my companions to commence actual civil disobedience tomorrow morning. 6th April has been to us, since its culmination in the Jallianwala massacre, a day for penance and purification. I am positive that the greater the purification, the speedier will be the glorious end for which the millions of Indians, consciously or unconsciously, are striving. He issued a warning. Those who fear the government will leave. Only those who are prepared for jail going and for receiving bullets should accompany me tomorrow morning. May God always be with us. On April 6th, the first day of the National Week, Gandhi's morning prayer was more than usually solemn. He gave final instructions for the struggle and nominated Abbas Tayyabji and after him Sarojini Naidu as his successors. Soon after, Gandhi with his satyagrahis proceeded for a bath in the sea before launching the struggle amidst deafening cries of Mahatma Gandhi ki jai. The leaders and his followers bathed in the sea. After the dip into the sea, walking at a slow pace in solemnity, Gandhi picked up a lump of natural salt on the seashore, and the nefarious monopoly was broken. This was the signal for which the nation had been long waiting. The act performed, India had its cue. It seemed as though a spring had been suddenly released all over the country. The agitation and disobedience spread to the far-flung regions. India was seething in revolt. It was open to anyone who would take the risk of prosecution under the salt law to manufacture salt wherever he wished and wherever it was convenient. The main thing was to commit a breach of the obnoxious law. The program impressed the multitude and made them act in an organized way. In town and villages, everywhere within reach of the sea, salt manufacture was the action of the day. Due to the abounding enthusiasm of the people, this program spread like a prairie fire. Most striking was the part of women in the national struggle. In the hour of trial, they came out in large numbers from the seclusion of their homes and threw themselves into the struggle. Gandhi observed, in this non-violent warfare, women's contribution should be much greater than men's. To call women the weaker sex is a libel. It is man's injustice to women. If non-violence is the law of our being, the future is with woman. Many curious expedients were adopted to produce salt. It was waved about in triumph and often auctioned for fancy prices. Nowhere had a law been more peacefully and yet more defiantly disobeyed. All honor to the people who were fighting this unequal battle with bravery and a firm determination to go through the brutalities and tortures perpetrated on them. There were numerous prosecutions, more numerous arrests, far more numerous detentions, forcible seizures of salt, and brutal and savage assaults on the people. And yet, there was unbreakable peace everywhere, and greater determination to prosecute the campaign. The war against the salt tax continued. On the 13th of April ended the most glorious of all the national weeks since 1919. Leaders were being removed from the midst of the people. on the arrest of Jawaharlal Nehru, the Congress president, Gandhi observed, "It is an affront offered to the whole nation." The arch offender was kept free, and his activities continued unabated. Day after day, he went to the surrounding villages and delivered the message of disobedience. This Indian empire was conceived in immorality. Let us therefore pray and work for the destruction of this demonstrably immoral system with the national creed of non-violence. Sisters should picket liquor shops, opium dens, and foreign cloth shops. For who can make a more effective appeal to the heart than women? Foreign cloth undermines the economic foundations of the nation and throws millions out of employment. So, young and old in every home should play the takli and spin. Testing time seems to be coming faster than I had expected. We must accustom ourselves to standing unmoved in the face of cavalry or baton charges or bullets. Gandhi sounded a warning to the black regime. If the government neither arrest nor declare the salt free, they will find people marching to be shot rather than be tortured. He explained the difference between freedom and license. Freedom is a fruit of suffering. License imposes suffering upon society, and labeled the government as a government of unbridled license. On the promulgation of the Ordinance of the Press Act, Gandhi advised the pressmen to be prepared for handing over their property along with their bodies to the authorities rather than sell their souls. In a mango grove at Karadi, a village near Dandi, Gandhi set up his camp. He sensed that the time had come for greater acts of rebellion. In a draft letter to the Viceroy, he announced his intention to raid the Dharasana salt depot. It would be cowardly on my part not to invite you to disclose to the full the leonine paws of authority and to give the victims an opportunity for greater and greater suffering. Success is the certain result of suffering of the extremist character, voluntarily undergone. Gandhi and his disciples had gone to sleep in the palm leaf hut at Karadi. At dead of night, on May 4th, a sudden tramping of feet was heard, disturbing the quiet repose of the camp. A party of armed constables entered Gandhi's shack to arrest him under Regulation 25 of 1827. His message to the nation was, India's self-respect is symbolized, as it were, in a handful of salt in the satyagrahi's hand. Let the fist holding it, therefore, be broken, but let there be no voluntary surrender of the salt. I would like our people to make the highest sacrifice of gaining life by losing it. The state prisoner was taken to his old quarters in the Yeravada Central Jail and was detained without trial under the most arbitrary law. Men, women, and children of all communities and classes in India joined together and proclaimed their determination to win liberty or to die. India waged a relentless struggle, facing hardship cheerfully on the path of high purpose and noble endeavor. It was in this readiness to suffer that the moral power of this movement resided. Massive raids on salt pans and depots were organized. True soldiers of India, without care of fame or reward, labored unceasingly and peacefully. Civil disobedience everywhere was answered with firing and barbarous lathi charges. Those struck down fell sprawling. Government measures became more and more intense and brutal. The non-violent satyagrahis showed marvelous endurance and discipline. Thousands courted imprisonment and suffered all manner of privations. Here was India being governed forcibly under an absolute dictatorship. The bureaucracy were for more and more ruthless measures. Every kind of civil liberty was suppressed. With various repressive ordinances following each other in quick succession, grew the opportunities of breaking them. Presses were seized and news bulletins appeared in cyclostyle to break the law of sedition. The boycott of foreign cloth and picketing of liquor shops was intensified. The peasantry were in fine mettle and a no-tax campaign was started. The events had given the people confidence in their national strength and stamina. India was in full revolt. Scores of members resigned from the legislature. The Congress committees were declared illegal. The police began mass arrests. The leadership of the campaign passed from one person to another in quick succession. India became a vast prison house, and yet the government failed to bend the people. Hundreds laid down their lives at the altar of freedom. It was a grueling battle, and it went on for months. With the Viceroy's consent, Tej Bahadur Sapru and M.R. Jayakar went to Gandhi in the Yaravada prison for peace parleys. On Gandhi saying that the Congress President Jawaharlal Nehru's must be the final voice, the Nehrus, Motilal and Jawaharlal were brought to Yaravada from the Naini prison to confer with him. After discussion with the negotiators, the Congress leaders declared that an unbridgeable gulf separated them from the British position. They maintained that the wonderful mass response to the movement was its own justification and laid down the minimum conditions for its withdrawal. The document stressed the right of India to secede from the empire. On his unconditional release on January 26, 1931, the anniversary of Independence Day, Gandhi remarked, "I am hankering after peace, if it can be had with honor," and hurried to Allahabad, the home of Motilal Nehru, who was mortally ill. Motilal Nehru passed away on February 6th. With mingled pride and grief, Gandhi paid his tribute. The pyre is being dedicated at the altar of the nation. A crucial meeting of the Congress Working Committee held at Anand Bhavan, Allahabad, expressed its abiding faith in civil disobedience and passed Gandhi's resolution laying down conditions for a truce, demanding general political amnesty and immediate cessation of repression. Always willing to go out of his way to meet the opponents and seeking to break the barriers of anger and distrust, Gandhi decided to leave no stone unturned to attain peace and undertook to negotiate with the Viceroy. He came to Delhi for an interview with Lord Irwin and stayed at Dr. Ansari's house. On February 17th, the half-naked fakir, as Winston Churchill called Gandhi, went to the Viceroy's house to parley with the representative of the King Emperor. As the talks progressed, Gandhi soon summoned the members of the Congress Working Committee for consultation. On his return from the Viceroy's house, he used to explain every point that arose in the discussion to the members of the working committee, which was constantly in session. Gandhi was fully occupied. He met many people and talked on different matters. He appealed to the sense of service in women and asked them to join him and share his aspiration of making the spirit of service permeate the atmosphere by becoming humble servants of the country. While the Gandhi-Irwin talks were suspended for a few days, Gandhi addressed a huge gathering in the Queen's Garden. I may say this much, that these talks have been conducted in a most friendly manner and with much sweetness. What will be the result, I cannot say. The result is in the hands of God. It is His will that will prevail. The people's duty is to continue to do what India expects of them. After 8 meetings, spread over 3 weeks, the Gandhi-Irwin Pact was signed on March 5, 1931. The settlement was provisional and conditional. The vital question of the objective of independence remained. It is not wise to say which is the victorious party, remarked Gandhi. The prison gates opened. Thousands of civil disobedience prisoners were discharged and welcomed by the people. On Gandhi's first entry into the city of Ahmedabad, after the historic march to Dandi 12 months ago, people were drawn to him as towards a magnet. They waited for hours on the river sands to hear one who was the quintessence of their conscious and subconscious will. Replying to the citizens' address, Gandhi justified the provisional settlement and asked the people to respect it in letter and spirit. For though it did not give Swaraj, it opened the second door to it. He advised the people to achieve communal unity, eradicate the drink evil, banish foreign cloth, and produce khaddar, which would not only help them in increasing their power, but also in securing complete independence. For the children, his message was, the history of the world speaks loudly about the actions of children. So I expect much from you in the struggle ahead. At the volunteers' rally in Bombay, Jawaharlal Nehru, the Congress president, after paying a tribute to the brave comrades, reaffirmed, it is truce, not peace. The Congress stands by the independence resolution. Jawaharlal Nehru characterized Gandhi as the father and apostle of the Indian Revolution. The Congress president said, by the sheer force of his personality and intense patriotism, he has always commanded our obedience. In the third week of March, Gandhi and his colleagues were given a reception, the like of which Bombay had seldom witnessed. Jawaharlal Nehru exhorted the citizens to keep up the spirit of the independence pledge and assured them, our ideal is unchanged. Gandhi stressed the importance of compromise. A new age has now begun. For full 12 months, we have developed a war mentality. Now we have to sing a completely different tune. The Satyagrahi, while he is ready to fight, must be equally eager for peace. The essential condition of compromise is that there should be nothing humiliating and nothing panicky about it. He declared that he did not conceive of any Swaraj in which the workers and the peasants had no hand in the administration of the state. Congratulating the workers at a Khadi center, Gandhi stressed the importance of constructive work as a preparation for Swaraj. Gandhi held the Congress volunteers and their work in esteem and asked them to be prepared both for peace and war, and said that he would not accept any scheme of Swaraj which did not contain the substance of independence. Let us carry on the process of self-purification with greater faith, so that we may grow in strength day by day. Despite Gandhi's desperate pleading, Bhagat Singh, Rajguru and Sukhdev were executed on the eve of the Karachi Congress. Gandhi felt that the execution of the three patriots had increased the nation's power to win freedom. The Karachi Congress, convened under the shadow of Bhagat Singh's execution, truly represented the temper of the country at the moment. As Gandhi arrived, the demonstrators greeted him with black flags and shouts of "Down with Gandhiism" and "Long live Bhagat Singh." Gandhi received them sweetly and smilingly accepted the black flowers, and their indignation completely subsided. The Congress had a strong contingent of Khudai-Khidmatgars, servants of God. They had played a conspicuous part in the civil disobedience movement in the frontier province under the leadership of Abdul Ghaffar Khan, called Frontier Gandhi. The annual session of the Congress met under the presidentship of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel on March 29, 1931. "The Congress represents and exists for the millions" was the refrain of the President's address. At the Congress, the awakened spirit of the people was very much in evidence. It adopted a charter of fundamental rights embodying Gandhi's 11 points and a few more introduced by Jawaharlal Nehru, enumerating civic liberties, universal adult suffrage, free and compulsory education, and nationalization of key industries, and stressed the secular character of the state. Thus, the Congress took a step in the socialist direction to lessen the burden of the poor. The Congress session marked the pinnacle of Gandhi's popularity and prestige with the people. The Congress ratified the Gandhi-Irwin Agreement and appointed Gandhi as the sole Congress representative at the Round Table Conference. Gandhi said that his death could not kill Gandhiism, which was the cult of non-violence and love, and appealed to young men to come out and embrace his creed. Gandhi was confident that God's covenant, that those who tread on the straight and narrow path shall never come to grief, would inspire the people with faith and hope, and that the poor man's Swaraj would soon come through the chosen path of truth and non-violence. Purn Swaraj is not a pious wish today. It is the incessant yearning of the soul of the nation. I aspire for Ramaraj, or government of peace and love. This is my only dream. The Karachi Congress gave Gandhi an unrestricted mandate and invested him with full authority to speak and act in the name of the country. Gandhi had awakened the nation from the slumber of centuries and endowed it with the courage and determination to be free. The colors of the national flag were changed at Gandhi's instance. White, green, and red were replaced by saffron, standing for courage and sacrifice, white for truth and peace, green for faith and strength. The spinning wheel represented the hope of the masses. For Gandhi, true defense of the flag consisted in assimilating the qualities represented by the colors and in giving the spinning wheel a place in every home. He explained, "We have nearly 700,000 villages, a large number of which are living in a condition of semi-starvation. And they do so because they have no employment for nearly 6 months in the year. That being the case, it is necessary to find some supplementary occupation. Such an occupation is hand spinning." In an interview, commenting on the efficacy of Satyagraha, Gandhi said, "The Satyagraha movement is nothing but a movement for promoting goodwill amongst those against whom we seem to be fighting. Therefore, I have no misgiving as to the ultimate result." In reply to a question regarding his dress in England, Gandhi observed, "I shall certainly not be found in European dress, and if the weather permitted, I should present myself exactly as I am today." When asked whether he would stick to his dress if invited by the King of England, he replied, "In any other dress I should be most discourteous to him, because I should be artificial." The political atmosphere deteriorated. The sense of conflict grew. Gandhi toured Gujarat to give comfort and courage to peasants in the villages ravaged by revenue officials. The Delhi Treaty was being broken in all its clauses. Peasants were subjected to coercive processes. Gandhi appealed to them to fulfill their part of the settlement, irrespective of the government doing it or not. The government stiffened its back and tightened its hold. A long and unsatisfactory correspondence followed between Gandhi and the Viceroy. The continuing harassment in the country was an indication to Gandhi that he must not sail to attend the Round Table Conference. In the final effort to reach a satisfactory arrangement with the government, Gandhi reached Simla once again on August 25th. On August 27th, his principal demand was conceded. The Delhi settlement of March 5th remained operative. The obstacle being removed, he hurried to fulfill his obligation. Gandhi reached Bombay on August 29th to catch the boat in time. A special passport was issued to enable him to make a dash for London. Despite rain, men, women and children, eager to catch a farewell glimpse of Gandhi, thronged to listen to his parting message. "I must go to London with God as my only guide. The horizon is as black as it could be. There is every chance of my returning empty-handed. I shall endeavor to represent every interest that does not conflict with the interest of the dumb millions." SS Rajputana was ready to sail. The wharf was alive with people. The Indian plenipotentiary arrived not for waging a battle of diplomacy, but for embarking on his mission of asserting the right of the Indian people to be masters of their destiny and cultivating friendship with the world, for he could not think of permanent enmity between man and man. Accompanying Gandhi were two fellow delegates, Sarojini Naidu and Madan Mohan Malaviya. The innermost thoughts and feelings of the people were, "Go forth, to quaff the bitterest draughts that may yet be in store for you. Let not the thought of our misery and misfortunes make you pause. You have taught us to suffer cheerfully. You have stiffened our tender hearts into steel. What if you return empty-handed? Go and proclaim to mankind your message of love and brotherhood. At noon on August 29th, the Rajputana steamed out. Jawaharlal Nehru watched the ship that carried the sole representative of 1/5 of the human race to the Arabian Sea and the far west. As Gandhi was drawing away from the shores, his thoughts were focused on India. I shall work for an India in which the poorest shall feel that it is their country, in whose making they have an effective voice. An India in which there shall be no high class and low class of people. An India in which all communities shall live in perfect harmony. This was the India of Gandhi's dreams. Gandhi was in the best of spirits during the voyage. Riding the pitching seas like a veteran mariner, he selected for himself a corner on the second-class deck where he spent most of the day and the whole of the night under the canopy of the starlit sky. The quaint traveler carried the scantiest of luggage and scrupulously observed his daily routine on board the ship. To Gandhi, spinning was a sacrament. He felt that every time he drew a thread on the wheel, he was coming nearer to the poorest of the poor and through them to God. He said, "It is a symbol not of commercial war, but of commercial peace. For every revolution of the wheel spins peace, goodwill, and love. The spinning wheel is for India's starving millions the symbol of salvation." In a jubilant and almost boisterous mood, he played fairy godfather to a child. He never felt so happy as in the company of the little bird, and the child was happy and hilarious in his company. "Children are my life," said he. He mixed with his fellow travelers, capitulated smilingly to passengers seeking snapshots, and gave autographs. The voyage provided him with much needed rest. He heeded only to the promptings of goddess sleep and slumbered deeply. He spent time in reading and writing, answered correspondence, and sent dispatches to his papers. As the right hand suffered from writer's cramp, he wrote with his left hand. Gandhi gave his testimony on prayer. "Prayer has been the saving of my life. As food is indispensable for the body, so is prayer indispensable for the soul. I am indifferent as to the form." His host, the captain, treated him with every mark of respect and invited him to go round the ship. I am your prisoner for a fortnight, said Gandhi. He was conducted to the captain's bridge. He tried out the various nautical instruments and exhibited keen interest in each device. It was time for the life jacket drill, and Gandhi readily participated in it. Throughout the voyage, Gandhi endeared himself to the fellow passengers by his unfailing courtesy and gentleness. After a weary voyage of 1,660 miles, daylight broke over the rock-crested shores of Aden. Gandhi steered the Rajputana into the first port of call. I hope I do not capsize the boat, he remarked, as he turned the wheel. A big welcome awaited Gandhi at Aden. He arrived at the citizens' meeting to receive an address of welcome and a purse. In his first public speech outside the Indian subcontinent since 1914, he declared that India did not stand for isolated independence. 1/5 of the human race, becoming free through non-violence and truth, can be a great force of service to the whole of mankind. He extolled the simple way of life associated with the Caliphs and told the Arabs to help solve the Hindu-Muslim problem. As the ship was gliding through the Suez, messages of welcome from the Egyptians poured in. On crossing the Egyptian waters, Madame Zaghlul Pasha sent the great leader of Great India her best wishes for the success of the Indian cause. In the name of Egypt, Mustafa Nahas Pasha, president of the Wafd party fighting for Egyptian independence, greeted the great leader Mahatma Gandhi and wished him success in his quest. Gandhi thanked them and reciprocated kind wishes for the independence of Egypt. At Port Said, Gandhi told the journalists on board the ship that he would heartily welcome the union of the East and the West, provided it was not based on brute force. On the ship, Gandhi gave discourses on non-violence. His contention was that as life persisted in the midst of destruction, there must be a higher law, the law of love, which worked like the law of gravitation. That the force of non-violence was infinitely more subtle than the material force of nature, and that opponents should be conquered with love. Gandhi had in his loyal secretary Mahadev Desai an assistant who not merely relieved him of much of his routine work, but put his keen intellect and tireless capacity for work at his disposal. Mahadev's devotion to Gandhi was complete, and Gandhi's affection for him deep and unbounded. On the misty, cold morning of September 11th, SS Rajputana anchored at Marseille. Madeleine Roland greeted Gandhi on behalf of her ailing brother, Romain Roland, with a message, "The better Europe is with you."
The world press was represented to cover Gandhi's arrival. I shall do everything at the spur of the moment, depending on my inner voice, which means God will guide me, he told the journalists. When the spiritual ambassador of India alighted on the soil of war-weary Europe, he was hailed with shouts of "Vive le Gandhi!" Gandhi expounded the message of non-violence to the students of Marseille, saying that it was a weapon not of the weak, but of the strong. On the train to Port Boulogne, a correspondent asked,
How long you intend to be in London, Miss Gandhi?
I know your trick.
Why don't you want to say just a few words? Would you say a few words for France, Mr. Gandhi?
You don't know.
Only for France.
I can call the French. Finish now. That's lovely. Huh? Goodbye.
At Port Boulogne, Gandhi was given a friendly ovation. The party boarded the Channel boat to Folkestone. While the boat steamed along, the temperature began to drop, and yet Gandhi had wrapped himself only in a shawl. To the marveling pressman, Gandhi's explanation was, "My dress is the symbol of my mission." At Folkestone on September 12th, Britons gathered to greet the guest of the nation. Gandhi landed on British soil with thoughts of the hard task ahead. "I am here to vindicate the honor of India and to uphold truth as I see it, for I believe it is the keystone of life." He was driven straight to the friend's house in London. A surging crowd stood for hours on Euston Road awaiting Gandhi's arrival. All facets of public life were represented at the Quaker Center to welcome him as an instrument of the synthesis of politics and religion. Explaining his mission, Gandhi said he had come absolutely in a spirit of cooperation and to strive for an agreed solution between India and Britain. Gandhi had accepted Muriel Leicester's invitation to stay at Kingsley Hall, a centre dedicated to the slums of London. The people of East End opened their homes and hearts to him. A little cell on the flat roof with an open view was put at Gandhi's disposal. The members of every section of Bow assembled outside Kingsley Hall to welcome Gandhi.
I am thankful that I got this opportunity of being surrounded by these happy children and seeing the homes of the poor.
He was soon at home among the workers. He felt happy because he got here a taste of the life he was pledged to live. Then began the inrush of visitors of every shade of opinion. The Pearly King, accompanied by his son and daughter, came to pay respects to the distinguished visitor in his domain. Gandhi greeted the costermonger royalties who offered him their best oranges.
Take the orange, yes. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Why take only one? I take two. Kill.
In his first ever broadcast talk, Gandhi told the American people from Kingsley Hall, "The world is sick unto death of blood spilling. Perhaps it will be the privilege of the ancient land of India to show the way out." At the Federal Structure Committee of the Round Table Conference held at St. James's Palace, the voice of resurgent India spoke through Gandhi. The goal of absolute independence remains intact. Gandhi stressed the need of adult suffrage and racial equality and advocated an honorable partnership between India and Britain. The nation that does not control its defense forces and external policy, asserted Gandhi, is hardly a responsible nation. He struck a note of warning. A nation of 350 million people needs simply a will of its own to say no, and that nation is today learning to say no. To create greater understanding about India's case, Gandhi spent more time in meeting leading celebrities and visiting interesting places. He met Charles Chaplin, of whom, curiously enough, he had not heard. They talked about the toilers, the underfed, and the use and misuse of machines. Gandhi's visit to Lancashire afforded him an opportunity to come into friendly contact with the mill owners and workers. In this center of the British textile industry, the Mayor of Darwin welcomed the most uncompromising advocate of the boycott of foreign cloth. Asking the workers not to attribute their miseries to India, Gandhi poured out his heart to them. "I would be a false friend if I were not frank with you." He explained how economics, ethics, and politics were inextricably mixed up in his life. "My nationalism is not so narrow that I should not feel for your distress. I do not want my country's happiness at the sacrifice of any other country's happiness. You have 3 million unemployed, but we have nearly 300 million unemployed and underemployed for half the year. Your average unemployment dole is 70 shillings. Our average income is 7 shillings and 6 pence a month. If India could revive the living corpses by putting life and food into them in the shape of work, it will help the world." He pointedly asked the operatives, "Do you want Lancashire's prosperity to be built upon the ruin of the Indian artisan?" Their spontaneous reaction was, "We know each other now."
He would just like to say a few words.
You are going to tell the other children that I love you all as my own children. That's all I want to say.
Gandhi expressed his gratefulness. "I shall treasure the memory of these days to the end of my earthly existence." In a recorded talk, Gandhi sought to prove the existence of the benevolent power God.
I do dimly perceive that whilst everything around me is ever changing, ever dying, there is underlying all that change a living power that is changeless, that holds all together, that creates, dissolves, and recreates. That informing power of spirit is God. For I can see that in the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists. In the midst of darkness, light persists. Hence I gather that God is life, truth, light. Faith transcends reason.
Being His Majesty's guest, Gandhi felt morally bound to accept the invitation to attend his reception. He went to Buckingham Palace in his usual dress. The Round Table Conference was completely abortive. Every divisive tendency in India was encouraged. The conference concluded on December 1st. Gandhi's 12-week stay at East London, which afforded him an opportunity to see the best side of human nature and lent support to his belief that at the bottom there was neither East nor West, came to an end. After planting a tree in front of Kingsley Hall, his parting message was,
"Whatever the result of the mission that brought me to London, I know that I shall carry with me the pleasantest memories of my stay in the midst of the poor people of East London."
On December 5th, 1931, Gandhi left Britain without any disappointment.
I carry with me the pleasantest recollections of many happy friendships formed.
The call from India was peremptory. Gandhi boarded the Channel boat to the French coast on the way home, leaving behind seeds of goodwill and mutual understanding. On his homeward journey, Gandhi landed in France. The crowds overwhelmed him with their welcome. During his one-day sojourn in Paris, Gandhi spoke to an attentive audience. "I know that we have to go through still more suffering to vindicate our position. Next day, he departed for Switzerland. Gandhi came to Geneva to spend a few days with Romain Rolland, the sage of Villeneuve. The two kindred souls, tormented by the spirit of darkness engulfing the world, met at Villa Olga on the bank of Lake Léman. Rolland described the blighting effects of exploitation and the perils of war. Gandhi affirmed that nations should cease to answer violence with violence. Gandhi's routine of taking early morning walks continued despite the severe December cold. One evening, at Gandhi's request, Rolland played on the piano an andante movement of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. representing the triumph of the heroic will over the deepest gloom. At a meeting in Geneva, he pointed out,
"My speeches at the Round Table Conference have all officially reported. Meanwhile, I must ask you to believe me when I say that I have never made a statement of this description, that the masses of India, if it became necessary, would resort to violence. All that as you like. It is complete independence that we want."
God, Gandhi said at Lausanne, is an eternal principle. That is why I say the truth is God, and the way to him is through love. After 5 days' stay in Switzerland, Gandhi left for Italy. At Rome, Gandhi was cheered by enormous crowds. He was received by General Maurice, a friend of Romain Rolland. The movie tones grunted, journalists struggled, but Gandhi had decided not to make public statements. During his 3 days' stay in Rome, he had a packed schedule. He was able to see something of the ancient city. He made a hurried round of the Roman ruins. The Vatican galleries were specially opened for Gandhi. Their art treasures interested him immensely. Gandhi's eyes fell on a striking statue of Christ. He went up to it and stood in deep contemplation. Gandhi saw here that nations, like individuals, could only be made through the agony of the cross, and that joy came not out of infliction of pain on others, but out of pain voluntarily borne by oneself. Gandhi was shown a military exercise and drill by little boys known as Balila.
It has given me very great pleasure to see all these young children hale and hearty. Thank you, Thank you very much for your coming.
On December 14th, Gandhi boarded SS Pilsner at Brindisi en route to India. After his experience in England, it was clear to him that the true battleground was not London, it was India. But in ignorance of the situation at home, he reiterated that he would try every means to avoid another fiery ordeal. On December 28th, 2 days after the arrest of Jawaharlal Nehru, Gandhi reached the shores of India. Though he had returned empty-handed, he had not compromised the honor of his country. A great ovation awaited him. Gandhi was unprepared on landing to find intensified repression and special ordinances in operation. The truce had been done to death. The die seemed to be cast. Bombay staged a magnificent welcome to Gandhi. Thousands turned out en masse to greet him. The streets were lined with greatly excited crowds. National flags fluttered everywhere, and banners and arches adorned the whole of the long route to Mani Bhavan. Gandhi encamped on the terrace of Mani Bhavan and acquainted himself with the situation. He found things blacker than he had imagined. That evening, people flocked to Azad Maidan to listen to Gandhi. A vast concourse of humanity stretched far beyond the Maidan. At 5 o'clock, Gandhi arrived to give his appraisal of the situation and ascended the 20 feet high rostrum. In reply to the demonstration of tumultuous welcome, Gandhi condemned the attempt of government to unman a whole race. He emphasized his eagerness to cooperate with the government, though he was ready for a struggle if necessary. If a fight is inevitable, he asserted, I would expect every son of the soil to contribute his might. I would not flinch from sacrificing even 1 million lives for India's liberty. He exhorted the people to get rid of the fear of death and adhere to non-violence. He made an impassioned plea for raising the level of the untouchables, realizing that without it, freedom would be futile. Gandhi gave detailed account of his work in Britain to the members of the Congress Working Committee. he discussed the grim situation in the country with his colleagues and sought an interview with Lord Willingdon to find a way out. On receiving a stiff reply from the Viceroy, Gandhi had no choice left but to resort to civil disobedience. He prepared to go to jail. His message to the nation was to wake up from its sleep and respond to the challenge of the government without hatred or malice, for our quarrel is not with men, but with measures. To poet Tagore he wrote, "I want you to give your best to the sacrificial fire that is being lighted." The government instantly struck back, and when the whole nation was asleep, Gandhi was put under arrest at 3 a.m. on Monday, January 4th, his weekly day of silence in the tent on the terrace of Mani Bhavan. After the prayers, he was taken away and was once again interned in the Yeravada jail during the pleasure of the government. India was numbed by repression. It was a conflict of two historical forces. The jails began to be filled with civil disobedience prisoners. Their idealism and pride led them to fetters. It was a tribute to the national movement. Week after week, news of black repression all over the country trickled into Gandhi, cribbed in the prison yard. But, as conveyed in his letter to the Secretary of State for India, what filled his mind above all was the contemplated separate electorate for the depressed classes under the new constitution. On August 17, 1932, the British Premier's Communal Award confirmed Gandhi's fear of a perpetual bar sinister which separated the untouchables from the Hindu fold. Gandhi felt impelled by a voice from within to offer resistance with the whole of his being. He informed Ramsay MacDonald that he would fast unto death from the noon of September 20th if the decision was not abandoned. In the early morning of September 20th, Gandhi wrote to Tagore, "I enter the fiery gate at noon. Your blessing will sustain me in the midst of the storm I am about to enter." In a yard of the gaunt grey prison at Yeravada, the fateful hour approached. The jail bell struck 12, and with the last stroke, Gandhi commenced his vow of extreme self-sacrifice. In a press interview, he explained, "I have undertaken fast at God's call for the eradication of untouchability, root and branch. My fight is against the impure in humanity. To do away with all those social inequalities between man and man," exhorted poet Tagore, "let us join the Mahatma in his noble task of removing the burden of ages upon those who have been stigmatized for the accident of their birth." There were spontaneous demonstrations of love and grief. People suffered from poignant pain and anxiety. Millions offered prayers and fasted, and demanded complete removal of all religious and social disabilities of the depressed classes. Gandhi's fast renovated the dream of achieving India's national solidarity. Irrational curbs cramping national life showed signs of tottering. Temples after temples were opened to the untouchables. They could now draw water from public wells. What social reformers could not do for decades was thus achieved in a few days. While the whole country outside was seething, 63-year-old Gandhi, under the shade of a mango tree in a segregated prison yard, was perfectly calm and serene. His condition was steadily worsening and his vitality ebbing. Before this stupendous self-sacrifice, all differences were forgotten. On the 5th day of the fast, the caste Hindus and the depressed class leaders, in consultation with Gandhi, signed the pact accepting joint electorates. The Yaravada Pact nullified the British Premier's decision. Gandhi broke his fast of 6 days and 5 hours. Naming the untouchables as Harijans, God's own people, Gandhi began conducting the weekly Harijan from the prison, which brought about a renaissance of faith and hope for millions. Pleading for temple entry, he argued, it is the one spiritual act that would assure the untouchables that they are not outcasts before God. In response to a peremptory call from within, Gandhi decided to undertake 21 days purificatory fast from May 8th for gaining greater watchfulness in connection with the Harijan cause. He was released on the same day and he completed his fast in Pune. On July 31st, Gandhi disbanded the 18-year-old Sabarmati Ashram as a gesture of sympathy with those who had lost property in the freedom struggle. He made it over to the Harijan cause and shifted his headquarters to Wardha, the geographical center of India. On November 7th, 1933, Gandhi started from Wardha on an all-India tour for the uplift of the downtrodden Harijans and to restore equality between man and man. His plea was, the inner oneness pervades all life. God is one, and all life is from him and in him. Untouchability is the very negation of this magnificent truth. Gandhi was on the move, addressing meetings, opening wells and temples for the Harijans. He auctioned articles presented to him and collected funds for their cause. People loosened their fists, coins and jewelry poured in. His reaction was, I want your hearts also with your money. Gandhi had one mission before him, the eradication of untouchability. If we believe that we are all children of one and the same God, asked he, how can there be untouchability amongst us, his children? He organized village sanitation on a rational basis and exhorted the Harijans to give up eating carrion and drinking liquor. He lightened their miseries and restored their self-respect. While Gandhi was touring South India, a great earthquake shook North Bihar on January 15th, 1934. Giving expression to his belief that physical calamities are related to men's morals, Gandhi observed, with me, the connection between the cosmic phenomena and human fate is a living faith that draws me near to God. He suspended his tour, rushed to the scene of the calamity, and proved to be a source of solace to stricken Bihar. Gandhi renounced the use of conveyance for the Harijan tour in Orissa, for cultivating more intimate contact with the villagers who he wanted should awake, arise, and realize the sin they had inherited and harbored. Gandhi's whirlwind Harijan tour of the country ended at Banaras on July 29, 1934. The impression left on his mind was that untouchability is on its last legs. The outstanding event of the 49th session of the Congress, held under the presidentship of Rajendra Prasad at Abdul Ghaffar Nagar, Bombay, was Gandhi's retirement from the Congress for having failed to persuade it to change its creed from peaceful and legitimate to truthful and non-violent methods. On October 28, 1934, the Congress reiterated its confidence in Gandhi's leadership while reluctantly accepting his decision. Gandhi justified his physical severance from the Congress. For me, to dominate the Congress in spite of fundamental differences is almost a species of violence which I must refrain from. No leader can give a good account of himself if his lead is not faithfully, ungrudgingly, and intelligently followed. Henceforward, my interest in the Congress will be confined to watching from a distance, enforcement of principles for which it stands. I would love to serve the Congress in my own humble manner, whether I am in or outside it. Realizing that revivification of the villages, which were perpetually exploited, was a necessity if India was to exist and a remedy for its progressive poverty, Gandhi took his abode in the ashram at Wardha. For him, Khadi was the sun of the village solar system and the various village industries its planets. We should, he argued, identify ourselves with the poor villagers, live as they live, help them to produce what we need, and make full use of the local raw material, local talent, and local tools. Distressed at the penetration of the machines in the villages, Gandhi observed, from times immemorial, the villages of India have been pounding their own paddy. Unpolished rice and hand-ground whole wheat flour, apart from being nutritious, also provide employment in the rural areas. We have suffered the village oilman to be driven to extinction, and we eat adulterated oils. Gandhi persuaded the villagers to take to more rational ways of diet. In all our dietetics, he argued, we mistake the shadow for the substance, preferring bone-white sugar to rich brown jaggery. His plea was that mechanization is good where hands are too few, but an evil where there are more hands than are required for the work, as is the case in India. The remedy suggested by him was the protection of the village industries, the village crafts, and the workers behind them from the crushing competition of power-driven machinery. Gandhi believed that if the village perishes, India will perish. Persuading the villagers not to turn open, healthy spaces into breeding grounds for disease, Gandhi suggested burying of the night soil as the most economic method of its disposal. When mixed with refuse, it can be turned into golden manure. So long as you do not take the broom and the bucket in your hands, you cannot make your towns and cities clean. And cleanliness is not only next to godliness, it promotes health. Gandhi believed in the infinite capacity of the soul for self-control. He gave a stern warning that birth control by artificial means will lead to moral bankruptcy. He regarded women not as an instrument of animal pleasure, but as the mother of man and a trustee of the virtue of her progeny. Non-violence, which was at the root of all his activities, was not confined only to India. Mussolini's attack on Abyssinia disturbed Gandhi. He appealed against the wave of darkness that was about to sweep the whole world. If the recognized leaders of mankind, who have control over the energies of destruction, were wholly to renounce their use with full knowledge of the implications, permanent peace can be obtained. Non-violence, to be a creed, has to be all-pervasive. It is my unshakable belief that India's destiny is to deliver the message of non-violence to mankind. Being convinced that the real India dwelt in her villages, Gandhi tramped to Segaon, later called Sevagram, a decadent village 5 miles from Wardha, on June 16, 1936, to attain self-realization through the service of the village folk in steadfast faith. He reached his destination, lived in a one-room mud hut, and was soon at work. Visitors from far and near began to gravitate here. Drawing inspiration from his new abode, he associated the villagers with the community life of the ashram. Sevagram ashram was but an experiment in truth and non-violence. Gandhi lived here with Kasturbai as a villager of his dream. The simple life was his chosen way. Here Gandhi lived and worked, beginning his day before dawn, never missing his prayers. The little hut remained the scene of his many activities from morning till night. He spun for hours and carded his cotton. The greatest of my activity is charkha. I hold it to be the best part of my service, social, political, and spiritual. Sometimes he was engrossed in examining the details of the latest model of the spinning wheel and making suggestions to the designer. People, high and low, sought refuge in the little mud hut where he dwelt. It also became the venue of the meetings of the Congress Working Committee. He did justice to all items, grave or gay, important or unimportant, for nothing was too trivial for him. He looked into every detail himself, visited the ailing inmates who were treated according to his method of nature cure. Among the patients was a leper, a profound Sanskrit scholar. Who will look after him if I don't, thought Gandhi, and gave daily massage to him. He determined the patient's diet and made a scientific study of the leprosy germs to evaluate his progress. He never failed to greet the newborn calves in the ashram. Lying with a mud poultice on his abdomen was a part of his permanent treatment for blood pressure prescribed by himself. He knew the wonderful properties of Mother Earth. That is why, instead of treading upon it, I have it on my head and on my abdomen, he said. It was his infinite faith in God that gave him the patience of a Job and his unfailing good humor. The morning and the evening constitutionals were as much a part of Gandhi's regular routine as the prayers. Details about the kitchen or the crops were discussed with those in charge of them. Often, interviews of a serious nature were given, and press statements dictated during the walks. In accordance with his desire to be in tune with the infinite, he slept under the open sky. To promote contact with the villagers, the first village session of the Congress, according to Gandhi's conception, was held at Fezpur under the presidency of Jawaharlal Nehru in December 1936. Vast, unsophisticated crowds thronged Tilak Nagar, the bamboo village. All arrangements were befitting the village life. President Nehru dwelt upon the growing menace of fascism in Europe. He hoped the logic of events would lead to socialism for India's economic ills. Though Gandhi took no part in the Congress debates, opening the Khadi and Village Industries exhibition, he said, "It is not enough that one wears Khadi if he surrounds himself with Videshi, things foreign in everything else. Khadi means the truest Swadeshi spirit. Indian economic independence is not a product of industrialization, but economic uplift of every individual by his or her conscious effort. Real socialism has been handed down to us by our ancestors who taught all land belongs to God. Like the earth, we of it also belong to God, and hence we must feel like one and not create boundary walls." Gandhi realized that in the long run, the future depended on the village school. He expounded the theory of education through vocation, which could promote the real disciplined development of the mind by drawing out the best in the child and yet keeping him rooted in the soil with a glorious vision of the future. He wanted education to be based on village occupations and easily accessible to all. Though education was to be based on a craft, Gandhi insisted that the child's intellect and heart were to be trained as much as his hands. Gandhi, in his retirement from the Congress, was no less a force than when active. His advice on political affairs was constantly sought. In February 1937, on the Congress securing signal success at the polls, Gandhi advised the Congress majorities in 7 provinces to form cabinets to hasten the march towards independence. Office acceptance created a new ferment that began to leaven the dough of national life. Gandhi wrote, "The offices have to be held lightly, not tightly." He insisted that ministers dare not live in a style and in a manner out of all correspondence with their electors, and exhorted them to eradicate red tape and to conduct themselves with ability, integrity, and impartiality. For Gandhi, office acceptance had a special meaning for progressive amelioration of the toiling millions. He stressed the need of immediate enforcement of prohibition, removal of untouchability, free and compulsory primary education, conversion of jails into reformatories, and tax-free salt for the poor. The 51st session of the Congress met on the bank of the river Tapti at Haripura, in rural surroundings, under the stewardship of Subhas Chandra Bose, the youngest president, in February 1938. At the Khadi and Village Industries exhibition, Gandhi observed, "Khadi has been conceived as the foundation and the image of ahimsa. A real Khadi wearer will not utter untruth, will harbor no violence, no deceit, no impurity. Do what you do for the sake of India. If you wear Khadi for my sake, you will burn Khadi on the day you burn my dead body. But if you have fully understood the message of Khadi, it will long outlive me." After hoisting the national flag, President Subhas Chandra Bose said,
"Our struggle is no doubt a non-violent struggle. But even a non-violent struggle demands an army, an organization, and a machinery. India is going to be free, and that we who live today are going to play a part in making India free. There is no power on earth that can keep India enslaved anymore. Let us strive for India's freedom, one day more."
President Bose and the members of the working committee arrived at the open session of the Haripura Congress. President Bose put forward a case for national reconstruction. Our chief national problems relating to the eradication of poverty, illiteracy, and diseases can be effectively tackled only along socialistic lines. The state, on the advice of a planning commission, will have to adopt a comprehensive scheme for gradually socializing our entire agricultural and industrial system in the spheres of both production and distribution. Voicing the feelings of the nation, he concluded, "All India prays that Mahatma Gandhi may be spared to our nation for many years to come to keep our struggle free from bitterness and hatred. We need him for the cause of humanity." The Haripura session condemned the federal scheme for India on the ground that a constitution for India must be framed by the people themselves. In September 1938 came the moral catastrophe of Munich. Compelled to heed the rumbling of the coming storm, Gandhi observed, "The peace Europe gained at Munich is a triumph of violence. It is also its defeat. The science of non-violence can alone lead to pure democracy." The plight of the Czechs moved Gandhi to the point of physical and mental distress. Advising the small nationalities to refuse to obey Hitler's will and perish unarmed to save their honor, he maintained that if it was brave to fight, it was braver still to refuse to fight and yet refuse to yield to the usurper. Soon after the Munich crisis, Gandhi traversed the whole of the northwest frontier province with Abdul Ghaffar Khan. The Pathans, old and young, received Gandhi with joy. Badshah Khan was convinced that non-violence could elevate his people and raise them to their full moral stature. Guiding the non-violent organization of Khudai-Khidmatkars, Gandhi said, "The very name suggests that they are to serve and not to injure humanity. Non-violence is not a mere passive quality. It is the mightiest force God has endowed man with. As a person who relied upon the use of force would have to undergo military training, so will a soldier of peace have to go through a definite training." Gandhi rounded off his tour by a visit to the remains of the Buddhist monastery at Takshashila, which reverberated with the ancient maxim, "Let man conquer anger with non-anger." Gandhi took leave of the pageant of India's glorious past that lay spread out before him. With the rise of anti-Semitism in Germany, Gandhi advised the persecuted Jews to bravely claim Germany as their home, for he was sure that religious resistance against the godless fury of a dehumanized man would bring forth the inner strength and joy given to them by Jehovah. Anticipating the devastating consequences of war, Gandhi wrote to Herr Hitler, the one person who could prevent a war that would reduce humanity to a savage state. "Must you pay this price for an object, however worthy it may appear to you? Will you listen to the appeal of one who has deliberately shunned the method of war?" he asked. At last, the long apprehended war between England and Germany broke out. Flouting Indian opinion, the British government declared India a belligerent country and promulgated ordinances which affected the Indian people vitally. After his talks with the Viceroy at Simla, Gandhi made it clear that his sympathies were with the Allies from the purely humanitarian standpoint. He appealed to British statesmen to open a new chapter for all those who were held under imperial bondage. Condemning the Nazi aggression, the Indian National Congress declared that though the Indian people had no quarrel with any other people, they had a deep-rooted quarrel with systems which glorified war and violence and suppressed the human spirit, and that India could not associate herself with a war said to be for democratic freedom when that very freedom was denied to her. It invited the British government to declare its war aims in unequivocal terms and added, "A free and democratic India will gladly associate herself with other free nations for the advancement of humanity." Making a fervent appeal to India to adopt non-violence as her creed and preserve man's dignity, Gandhi wrote, "Defense of India by the present method has been necessary because she is an appendage of Britain. Free India can have no enemy. It is better for India to discard violence altogether, even for defending her borders. For India to enter into the race for armaments is to court suicide. With the loss of India to non-violence, the last hope of the world will be gone." With the British government's rejection of nationalist opinion, Gandhi was convinced that its old policy of divide and rule was to continue. His reaction was, our independence is not to depend upon anyone's mercy. It will come when the people are ready for it. The Congress declared that Indian freedom could not exist within the orbit of imperialism and asked its ministries to resign in protest. For a while, to pass beyond the darkness that enveloped the destiny of the world, Gandhi and Kasturbai visited Shanti Niketan at poet Tagore's invitation in February 1940. The two apostles of India's regeneration met. The poet's simple mud hut, Shamli, was Gandhi's abode here. Notwithstanding his ill health, Tagore came to the mango grove to express his love and reverence for Gandhi. Welcomed Gandhi as one of their own and as one belonging to all humanity. In a spirit of deep respect, Gandhi replied, Shanti Niketan will never cease to grow so long as Gurudev's spirit broods over it. During their talks, Gandhi saw that Tagore was living for his dearest creation, Vishwa Bharati, and wanted to feel sure about its future. As they parted, Tagore handed over to Gandhi his impassioned appeal. Vishwa Bharati is like a vessel which is carrying the cargo of my life's best treasure. Accept this institution under your protection. Gandhi assured him, Vishwa Bharati carries God's protection because it is the creation of an earnest soul. You may depend upon my doing all for its permanence. Events were moving with their own momentum. Since India was to continue under the imperial domain, positive action became inevitable. The Congress, at its annual session held at Ramgarh in March 1940, under the presidentship of Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, placed full responsibility for conducting the civil disobedience campaign on Gandhi. Stressing the need of discipline, Gandhi said, the essence of Satyagraha is not to shout slogans, but to carry out in letter and spirit the word of your chosen general. Gandhi commended his 13-fold constructive program. In the fulfillment of it lay the non-violent attainment of Swaraj, based on the solid foundation of social justice and economic equality, enabling each individual to have the wherewithal to supply all his primary needs. Correlating economics and ethics, Gandhi advocated the Upanishadic message of enjoying wealth by renouncing it for the common good. He enunciated the theory of trusteeship to transform the acquisitive society into an egalitarian one. A society based on non-violence cannot nurture any other ideal. Reluctant to carry the policy of non-embarrassment to the point of self-extinction, Gandhi decided to launch individual satyagraha as a moral protest against war. He chose to keep himself out and selected Vinoba Bhave as the first satyagrahi to preach publicly non-cooperation in the war effort. The person-by-person symbolic protest assumed huge dimensions. Thousands answered the call, proclaimed their faith, and courted imprisonment. On the government forbidding the press to report the progress of Satyagraha, Gandhi suspended the publication of his journals and asked everyone to become his own newspaper, carrying authentic news. The theater of the war came nearer India. Civil disobedience prisoners were set free in December 1941. The nearness of war became a challenge to Gandhi and a test of faith. He resumed the weeklies to disseminate his view that all war is immoral. Gandhi felt that he must accept the necessary consequences and implications of non-violence. He dreamt of India becoming a symbol of non-violence and a messenger of peace, and said prophetically, "Jawaharlal will be my successor, and when I am gone, he will speak my language." Just then, Sir Stafford Cripps came to India with the proposals of the British War Cabinet on self-government for discussion with representative Indians. Behind the proposals, which dealt essentially with the future after the cessation of hostilities, lay the old imperial policy of creating division in India and encouraging every factor that came in the way of national growth and freedom. There was no intention to part with power in them. Cripps made it clear that the scheme was to be accepted or rejected as a whole. He began a series of negotiations with the leaders of all political parties. On March 27, Gandhi arrived in New Delhi as Cripps was anxious to meet him. Strongly disapproving the indefinite and innumerable partitions involved in the proposals, Gandhi asked, "Why did you come if this is what you have to offer?" Characterizing the offer as a post-dated check, Gandhi soon left for Sevagram. The proposals were rejected by every single party and group in India. Jawaharlal Nehru's reaction was that India would be one in freedom as it had been one in subjection. He said,
"The clock of destiny is ticking away, and war and danger hover over the world. We shall have to face their consequences also, and we can only face them by forgetting our petty troubles and conflicts and pulling all together so that we might, by our united strength, make India independent."
The Cripps mission failed. The prospect of freedom receded into some dim and distant future. Inaction at the critical stage became intolerable for Gandhi, who was convinced that India's real safety lay in orderly and timely British withdrawal. Expressing the prevailing mood of the people, Gandhi urged passionately, "Leave India to God, and if that be too much, leave her to anarchy." To put the Allied cause on an unassailable basis, Gandhi wrote to President Roosevelt that the position of the democracies in the war was morally indefensible so long as India and Africa were not granted independence. India stood in peril of invasion. The Quit India campaign began to take shape in Gandhi's mind. Accepting Gandhi's view that India's bondage enfeebled her for her own defense, the Congress Working Committee proclaimed to the country that British rule in India must end. Only the glow of freedom would enable the people's united will to resist aggression. If the appeal fails, the resolution emphasized, Congress will utilize all its non-violent strength for India's liberty under the inevitable leadership of Mahatma Gandhi. The leaders assembled in Bombay on the eve of the All India Congress Committee meeting, which had been summoned to endorse the Quit India resolution. On August 7th, 1942, the sullen passivity of the people was converted into a spirit of non-submission and resistance. They assembled at the Gawalia Tank Maidan and awaited the final call for India's deliverance. The deeply felt sentiment of the Indian people firmly convinced Gandhi that suppression will never put out the light of revolt once it has been lighted. He came there to guide at the crucial hour with ill will towards none. Opening the proceedings of the historic session, President Azad explained that the Quit India proposal meant withdraw as masters and pointed out power, when it comes, will belong to the whole people of India. Moving the Quit India resolution, Jawaharlal Nehru affirmed that its conception was not narrow nationalism, and in no sense a threat, but an offer of cooperation of a free India. He asserted the flame that would be kindled by passing the resolution would illumine the darkened horizon. Seconding the resolution, Sardar Patel declared, to rouse the people to a supreme effort, it must dawn on them that this is a people's war. Amid deafening applause, the Quit India resolution representing the voice of the oppressed people was carried with overwhelming majority, only 13 voting against. Outlining his plan of action, Gandhi spoke for 2 hours. The contemplated struggle has its roots in non-violence. I must act when the earth is being scorched by the flames of violence and crying for deliverance. How is this vast mass of humanity to be aflame in the cause of world deliverance unless it has touched and felt freedom? I will have to resist the might of the empire with the might of the dumb millions, with non-violence as a policy confined to this struggle. He declared that he would try for an honorable settlement before commencing the actual struggle. Concluding, Gandhi said, "Here is a dictum for the non-violent soldier of freedom. Do or die." A few hours later, in the early morning of August 9th, Gandhi was removed from the scene of action and immured along with his party behind the barbed wire isolation of the Aga Khan Palace detention camp at Pune. Members of the working committee were picked off and detained in the fort of Chand Bibi at Ahmednagar. The government got ready their prisons, police and ordinances. India's national pride rose in revolt. Patriotic urge to action moved the people. It was a spontaneous mass upheaval. The temper of the people rose, and so did the temper of the alien government. 6 days after the internment, Gandhi's secretary, Mahadev Desai, died suddenly in detention. He served his master to the last. In a corner of the detention grounds, performing the last rites, Gandhi said, "This sacrifice cannot but hasten the day of India's deliverance." In his exhaustive correspondence with the Viceroy, Detenu Gandhi asked, "Is the demand for independence, legitimate at all times, a challenge that could only be met by immediate repression instead of patient reasoning with the demanding party?" He blamed the government for letting loose an avalanche of leonine violence to suppress a popular movement avowedly non-violent. There was no vestige of acceptance of Gandhi's reasoning. Seeking soothing balm for his pain, Gandhi decided to crucify the flesh by fasting. "74-year-old Gandhi launched on a 21-day fast on February 10th, 1943, in the shadow of the detention camp. Outside the gates stood his sorrow-laden sister, praying in anguish. As days passed into weeks, he grew weaker. His strength had almost ebbed out, but he was able to pull through the great ordeal. When Gandhi's life was hanging in the balance, the government set out their unsustainable accusation against Gandhi, replete with inferences and innuendos. Garbled extracts from Gandhi's writings had been torn from their context and presented in a false setting. Gandhi replied seriatim to the indictment. He characterized it as the case of a prosecutor who first arrests and gags his victims and then opens his case behind their backs. "I have no regret for what I have done or said in the course of the struggle for India's freedom," affirmed Gandhi, and suggested reference to an impartial tribunal. In detention, Gandhi spent some time teaching his 74-year-old wife. but it did not last long. Kasturbai's health deteriorated fast. She died as a prisoner on February 22nd, 1944. Thus ended the 62-year-old companionship of Gandhi and Kasturbai. Gandhi's constant companion in all his life struggle was cremated under his very eyes. Giving vent to his feelings, he said, "I cannot imagine life without Ba." A famine of vast dimension overtook the people. Starvation stalked the land. On May 6, 1944, India heaved a sigh of relief on Gandhi's sudden and unconditional release on medical grounds. Before leaving the detention camp, he offered floral tributes to his two departed comrades, Mahadev and Kasturbai, at the consecrated ground. After 21 months of incarceration, Gandhi passed out of the barbed wire. An arduous journey lay ahead. On May 11th, Gandhi once again arrived at Juhu to sojourn at Gandhi Gram and entered on a fortnight's silence to ensure uninterrupted rest. The sea breeze brought him some relief and enabled him to build his broken body. Every evening, people of all shades crowded on the beach to attend Gandhi's congregational prayer, which he considered to be the greatest binding force maintaining the oneness of the human family. Gandhi's faith in the efficacy of prayer was immovable. He was in tune with the infinite.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم हरिः ओम् ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किञ्च जगत्यां जगत् तेन त्यक्तेन भुञ्जीथाः मा गृधः कस्य स्विद्धनम्
रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम सबको सन्मति दे भगवान रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम 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 रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम.
At a special request, Gandhi gave autographs in 10 scripts: Devanagari, Roman, Gujarati, Persian, Tamil, Kannada, Malayalam, Telugu, Bengali, and Oriya. "If only I had the time," he remarked, "I have energy enough to learn more Indian languages." Partially recuperated from his illness, Gandhi reached Sevagram. In an interview, he said that the exploited races would not feel the glow of the Allied victory. He asked, "Must rivers of blood flow for such an empty victory?" Gandhi came to Bombay for a frank and friendly talk with Muhammad Ali Jinnah on the question of communal unity. He went to Jinnah's house on September 9, 1944, as a seeker of light for establishing living peace. The 18-day talks never converged, but ran a parallel course and broke down. The cleavage was on the cardinal issue of the two-nation theory. Gandhi had no sense of disappointment or despondency, though the talks did not prove fruitful. At a prayer meeting, he explained, "The result confirms my view that the presence of the third power hinders the solution." On Gandhi's 75th birthday, Sevagram Ashram bore a festive appearance. Greetings poured in on October 2nd from all over the world. Albert Einstein asserted, "Generations to come, it may be, will scarce believe that such a one as this ever in flesh and blood walked upon this earth." Accepting a check for 80 lakhs of rupees for the Kasturba Gandhi National Memorial Trust, Gandhi suggested that the memorial should take the form of a movement for the education and economic betterment of women and children in the rural areas in India. The war was drawing to a close. The members of the Congress Working Committee were released. They journeyed to Simla at Lord Wavell's invitation to attend a conference of India's outstanding politicians and party leaders for considering constitutional changes in India. Though Gandhi was not a delegate, he came to Simla as an observer in response to the Viceroy's persistent request. On June 25th, the invitees assembled at Simla. Vindicating its claim to be a truly national organization, the Congress did not subscribe to communal parity. On this rock, the conference foundered on July 14th. Gandhi wrote to Lord Wavell, "I must not hide from you the suspicion that the deeper cause is, perhaps, the reluctance of the official world to part with power." Gandhi recorded his conviction on the draft United Nations Charter. The exploitation and domination of one nation over another can have no place in a world striving to put an end to all war. The peace must be just and neither punitive nor vindictive. In August 1945, the horror of the atom bomb was loosed on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The Second World War was over. Drawing a moral from the supreme tragedy of the atom bomb, Gandhi reiterated his faith in nonviolence. The atom bomb has deadened the finest feeling that has sustained mankind for ages. It will not be destroyed by counter bombs, even as violence cannot be by counter violence. In December 1945, when the country was busy preparing for the general elections, Gandhi set out on his tour of Bengal, ravaged by famine and cyclone. His mind was filled with the grim spectre. People crowded the canal bank to narrate their tales of woes to Gandhi. He prescribed to them the spinning wheel, the symbol of the constructive program, as a panacea. Gandhi arrived at Madras in January 1946 to attend the Silver Jubilee celebrations of the Dakshin Bharat Hindi Prachar Sabha. He presided over its convocation and distributed certificates to the successful candidates. He observed, "It is your dharma to learn Hindustani for the sake of India's Swaraj and for the good and welfare of the people of India." Throughout his sojourn in Madras, Gandhi harped on the need for a national language to achieve unity. Only that language, he asserted, which the people of the country will themselves adopt, can become the national language. In between the heavy round of engagements, Gandhi laid the foundation stone of the Harijan Industrial School in true Mason style and visited the constructive program exhibition. He reiterated that Swaraj could be achieved if people accepted the constructive program. A special train carried Gandhi to Madurai. He was on a pilgrimage in the cause of untouchability. On the way, he addressed the people from the coach and asked for their prayers and blessings for his mission. On February 3rd, Gandhi visited the ancient Meenakshi temple at Madurai, which was thrown open to the untouchables as a result of his long crusade against untouchability. He was glad that the desire which he had entertained for years was fulfilled at last. Crowds continued to surge at all the stoppages during the journey to Palni. Unstintedly, they poured their coppers into Gandhi's beggar's bowl in the service of the Harijans. At the vast meeting held at Palni under the shadow of the temple, strongly condemning the ulcer of untouchability that pervaded national life, Gandhi argued, "Why should we not all be the children of one Indian family, and further, of one human family? When untouchability is rooted out, no one will consider himself superior to any other." On February 10th, 1946, the weekly Harijan was revived after a lapse of 3 years and a half. It is the fashion, wrote Gandhi, to blame nature for famine. Scarcity of rain is by no means a monopoly of India. Everything possible should be done to draw water from the bowels of the earth, and food should be grown on all cultivable areas. Dealers must not hoard nor speculate. Cloth famine can be averted by telling the millions to spin and weave in their own villages. Gandhi subscribed to the view that all ailments are due to the violation of nature's laws, and that return to nature is the road to health. He opened the Nature Cure Clinic at Uroli Kanchan, a village near Pune, and examined the patients. His prescriptions emphasized use of the 5 elements of nature: earth, water, air, sun and sky, for he believed that in simple natural remedies lies the villager's hope. Gandhi's outlook on nature cure was essentially spiritual. It was India's hour of destiny. The British Labour government's delegation, consisting of Lord Pethick Lawrence, Sir Stafford Cripps, and Mr. A.V. Alexander, arrived in India in March 1946 to discuss terms for the transfer of power. The cabinet mission began its work by interviewing leading representatives of the main political parties. Interviews followed interviews to arrive at the greatest common measure of agreement among the different parties. Gandhi came to Delhi to meet the British delegation at the request of Lord Pethick Lawrence and lived at the sweeper's slum. Day after day and week after week, the representatives of India poured in to meet Gandhi, and the obscure little sweeper's colony became the venue of many important meetings. Gandhi remained in touch with the mission during the progress of the constitutional negotiations. He declared that he was opposed to the two-nation theory and made it clear that he was speaking entirely for himself. In a discourse, Gandhi said, "There is little doubt that India is about to reach her cherished goal of political independence. Let the entrance be prayerful." "Independence of my dreams," wrote Gandhi, "means the kingdom of God on earth." In concrete terms, independence should be political, economic, and moral, standing for the removal of the control of the British Army, freedom from the capitalists and capital, ensuring equality between the humblest and the tallest, and freedom from armed defense forces. Free India, he hoped, would continue her non-violent policy and deliver the earth from the burden that was crushing her. Simla was fixed as the venue for further talks. Abul Kalam Azad, Jawaharlal Nehru, Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan, and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel arrived in the first week of May to represent the Congress viewpoint in the conference. Gandhi accepted the delicate role of advisor to the cabinet mission and came to Simla having full faith in the mission's intention. The pourparlers continued at the Viceregal Lodge, but the conference could not achieve an agreement between the Indian National Congress and the Muslim League and broke up on May 12th. After the failure of the Simla Conference, the Cabinet Mission set forth its own plan on May 16th, rejecting the partition of India on defense, economic and administrative grounds. As the crux of the solution, they recommended a united India and the setting up of an interim government to be followed by the Constituent Assembly. Gandhi compared the mission's plan to a promissory note. Despite some vital defects, he saw in it the germs of the realization of his ideal of a land without sorrow and suffering, provided it was genuine and appealed to the people to think of the country and not of their petty selves, groups or communities. A meeting of the All India Congress Committee was held in July to consider and ratify the Working Committee decision that the Congress should join the proposed Constituent Assembly with a view to framing the constitution of a free, united and democratic India. Gandhi came to guide the committee's deliberations. President Jawaharlal Nehru urged the people to be united and strong, so as to be prepared to face the new problems arising out of the ending of the foreign regime. Persuading the Congress to join the Constituent Assembly, Gandhi asserted it should be a challenge to combat and not a ground for rejection. Giving a picture of the independent India of his conception, Gandhi wrote, "Every village will have to be a republic or panchayat having full powers. In this non-violent society, life will not be a pyramid, but an oceanic circle whose center will be the individual, always ready to perish for the village." He made it clear that in such a society, every religion would have its full and equal place. A call by the Muslim League to observe August 16, 1946 as Direct Action Day to protest against the proposed formation of the interim government let loose an orgy of violence at Calcutta. Madness seized a section of humanity which killed, maimed and burnt. The fury spread, burning its way into Noakhali and Tripura, rural areas of East Bengal. Then began an increasing migration of refugees. Communal hatred spread to adjoining Bihar and other parts of the country. Gandhi explained their duty to the ashram inmates. We should have rushed into the blaze and offered the purest sacrifice to quench the flames of the conflagration. With these words, he took their leave and left for Delhi. After prolonged controversy, the interim government came into being with Jawaharlal Nehru as the de facto Prime Minister on September 2nd, 1946. The ministers and members of the working committee assembled at the sweepers' slums to seek guidance from Gandhi. Greeting the new government, Gandhi described the day as a step towards full independence and fervently hoped that the salt tax would be annulled, that the ministers would live and die for communal unity and lead India on the road to truth and purity, and that the people would cooperate with them in this endeavor. Pouring out his soul's agony over the dark happenings in the country, Gandhi bemoaned, "The springs of life in India appear to be dry today." The cry of blood for blood is barbarous. Independence of India is today at stake in Bengal and Bihar. Unless I can stem the violence, life has no attraction for me. The cry of outraged womanhood called him to Bengal, and he came to wipe their tears and put heart into them. Gandhi was on the way to Naukhali in search of the divine in the maddened man. His mission was to establish heart unity between the sister communities, for he regarded all mankind as his kith and kin and dreaded the consequences of the bisection of India. To justify his inheritance, man had to return good for evil, he declared, and added, love and tolerance between the unlike are greater virtues than between the likes. The pilgrim of peace arrived in Naukhali to venture in faith. In the midst of the thick palm groves, Gandhi pitched his camp and buried himself in the devastated areas to purge the hearts of the people of hatred. The stink of death still hung over the place. Gandhi set out on his peace plan and talked to the downhearted. His technique of non-violence was on trial. Emphasizing the need for complete religious toleration, he maintained, in every province, everyone is an Indian, be he a Hindu, a Muslim, or of any other faith. He expected the majority to constitute itself into the guardian of the minority. In Gandhi's presence, fear fled, and the hold of fanatical terror loosened. People flocked to him for advice and comfort. He was happy to see the dead souls return to life, and this was reward enough for his mission. Naukhali became to him the nodal point governing the future course of events for the whole of India. On December 27th, Jawaharlal Nehru came to Sri Rampur to seek Gandhi's advice on important political matters. During Nehru's sojourn, Gandhi explained to him the technique of non-violence he was pursuing in Naukhali. Getting fresh inspiration from Gandhi, Nehru remarked, "I feel a little younger and stronger after meeting this young man of 77. Gandhi stood at the door of his hut and probed his future path. On the morning of January 7th, 1947, the barefoot pilgrim commenced his historic one-night, one-village march from Chandipur. The way was dark, and he had naught but the twin stars of truth and non-violence to light his perilous trail. He strolled on the narrow village roads, mingling freely with the Hindus and the Muslims, and expounding his gospel of communal unity and peace. Trekking from village to village and knocking from door to door, he sought close contacts with the people in his attempt to reinforce the human bond between the two communities and bring the shattered villages to sanity and composure. This was an experiment in the non-violence of the strong. Touring through miles of difficult terrain, Gandhi finished the first stage of his tour after 28 days of walking, crowded by experiences both sweet and bitter. On the morning of February 5th, the second part of his tour commenced. Tireless in his pursuit of communal harmony, the pilgrim progressed, making his way through the inaccessible delta of the Ganga.
যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে একলা চলো
If they answer not thy call, walk alone. If they do not hold up the light when the night is troubled with storm, with the thunder flame of pain, ignite thine own heart and let it burn alone.
যদি সবাই থাকে মুখ ফিরায়ে সবাই করে ভয় যদি সবাই থাকে মুখ ফিরায়ে সবাই করে ভয় তবে পরাণ খোলে ও তুই মুখ ফুটে তোর মনের কথা একলা বলো রে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে যদি সবাই ফিরে যায় ওরে ওরে সবাই ফিরে যায় যদি গহন পথে যাবার ফলে কেউ ফিরে না যায় যদি গহন পথে যাবার ফলে কেউ ফিরে না যায় তবে পথের কাঁটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে যদি আলো না ধরে ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে যদি ঝড় বদলে আমার রাতে দুয়া দেয় ঘরে যদি ঝড় বদলে আধার রাতে দুয়া দেয় ঘরে তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাথর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা জলরে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে তবে একলা চলো রে, একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো রে। যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে, তবে একলা চলো রে।
During the 7 weeks pilgrimage, Gandhi walked about 116 miles through 47 villages. The epic of Naukhali closed after 4 months when he boarded the steamer at Chandpur on March 2nd, on the way to Bihar to still the raging fury. Gandhi came to Patna in sadness to comfort the bleeding hearts of the sufferers in Bihar. Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan was his constant companion. Without respite, Gandhi set out for the interior again, soothing and encouraging the distressed and admonishing those who had wrought the havoc. In city and village, he chastised the majority and preached repentance and restitution. The deeper he probed the tragedy, the more it tormented him. As he moved into the afflicted areas, a new force moved the people, and they were rejuvenated. Gandhi was led through the ruins where humanity had been uprooted. He was deeply moved and stood like one transfixed. He roamed and gave a message of courage to the victims. Shed all fear except that of God. The leaven of goodwill was slowly but silently at work, repairing the breach in the people's unity. He brought love where hatred and cunning had ruled. His plan of rehabilitation was based on an unshakable faith in the fundamental goodness of humanity. He was sure that if the poison could be effectively neutralized, India might yet be saved from the desperate course of self-amputation. At the gathering for the evening prayers, the villagers swarmed to hear Gandhi. He asked them to atone for their sins. Retaliation is a vicious circle. Rebuild what you have destroyed. And live together as members of one family, for it is necessary to revive the eternal law of answering anger by love if humanity is to live. Bihar, over which Buddha roamed and preached, can radiate its effulgence over the rest of India. He very much feared that unless they woke up, India might lose the golden apple of independence. While Gandhi's mind was full of the dark implications of the madness which had wrought desolation and destruction in Bihar, he received an invitation from Lord Mountbatten, the new Viceroy of India, to meet him. Gandhi soon arrived in New Delhi and lived amidst the sweepers' slums. In the Viceregal Gardens, he met Lord and Lady Mountbatten. The Viceroy declared that his mission was to transfer power to Indian hands. Gandhi made it clear that he was opposed to any division of India. The Purana Killa in Delhi was stirred into new life when the Inter-Asian Relations Conference held its first session here in the last week of March 1947. It was an impressive gathering symbolizing the political renaissance of Asia, bringing together nearly 250 delegates from 22 Asian countries. Jawaharlal Nehru took the initiative in translating the aspirations of the Asian nations into reality. The urge for equality and his ideal of one world provided the main theme for his inaugural address.
Friends and fellow Asians, we have arrived at a stage in human affairs when the ideal of that one world and some kind of a world federation seems to be essential. We should work for that ideal and not for any grouping which comes in the way of this larger world group. But in order to have one world, we must also in Asia think of the countries of Asia cooperating together for that larger ideal. We think today of the great architects of Asian freedom whose labors have borne fruit. We think also of that great figure whose labors and whose inspiration have brought India to the threshold of her independence. Mahatma Gandhi.
Sarojini Naidu welcomed Gandhi to the conference.
And now I am going to request the father of our nation, the apostle of love and truth and non-violence, to give us his benediction.
Madam President and friends, West is today pining for wisdom. West today is despairing of multiplication of atom bombs, because a multiplication of atom bombs means utter destruction, not merely of the West, but it will be a destruction of the world. If you want to give a message again to the West, it must be a message of love. It must be a message of truth.
The terrible pendulum of violence was swinging wider and wider. To stop the Holocaust, Gandhi and Jinnah issued a joint statement deploring the recent acts of lawlessness and violence that brought utmost disgrace on the fair name of India, and denouncing for all times the use of force to achieve political ends. Gandhi signed the appeal in 3 scripts: Devanagari, Persian, and Roman. At a prayer meeting stressing the equality of all religions, Gandhi observed, "I believe in the message of truth delivered by all the religious teachers of the world. It is my constant prayer that I may never have a feeling of anger against my traducers, that even if I fall a victim to an assassin's bullet, I may deliver up my soul with the remembrance of God on my lips." In a fresh effort to avert the vivisection of India, Gandhi wrote to Mountbatten, "It would be a blunder for the British to be a party in any way to the division of India. If it has to come, let it come after the British withdrawal. If you are not to leave a legacy of chaos behind, leave the government of the whole of India to a party of your choice." The impending division of India was a deep source of agony to Gandhi's tormented soul. Ploughing his lonely furrow, he mused in a low tone, "Let posterity know that Gandhi was not a party to India's vivisection." He remained on the periphery during the last stage of the negotiations. On June 3rd, Mountbatten secured the consent of the Congress and the League leaders to the British government plan of setting up 2 independent dominions on August 15, 1947. The Congress Working Committee disliked the partition of India, but it could not let India bleed continuously, and accepted the plan. An emergency meeting of the All India Congress Committee was convened on June 14th to ratify the decision to establish a strong government and arrest chaos. Gandhi was steadfastly opposed to the division of India, and yet he urged the members to support the decision with full faith in their leaders. Appealing for communal unity, he said, "The plan puts both Hinduism and Islam on trial," and concluded, "Make India a land where there will be no discrimination and no inequalities." The Working Committee resolution was adopted, 157 voting for and 29 against. Giving his definitive summing up on socialism suited to Indian conditions, Gandhi wrote, "Even as members of the individual body are equal, so are the members of society. This is socialism." He stressed its purity. Truth and ahimsa must incarnate in socialism, which is as pure as crystal and requires crystal-like men to achieve it. India was moving into a new orbit out of subjection. The Constituent Assembly adopted the banner under which the struggle for freedom had been fought. The spinning wheel was replaced by the ever-moving wheel of the divine law of love, symbolizing the dynamism and permanence of Indian culture. The sands of time were running out. While the work of partition was proceeding at breakneck speed, Gandhi was in Calcutta dispelling hate with love. The midnight of August 14, 1947, symbolized the rebirth of a nation after the slumber of centuries and a long struggle for self-determination. India emerged from subjection to freedom. A new hope came into being. A long-cherished vision materialized as the ancient land took its rightful place in the community of the world. The Constituent Assembly paid a tribute to Mahatma Gandhi, the architect of Indian freedom, and assumed power for the governance of India. Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister, said with moving eloquence,
"Long years ago, we made a tryst with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom. It is fitting that at this solemn moment we take the pledge of dedication to the service of India and her people and to the still larger cause of humanity. The ambition of the greatest man of our generation has been to wipe every tear from every eye. That may be beyond us, but so long as there are tears and suffering, so long our work will not be over."
On August 15th, the appointed day, people gathered to welcome the dawn of a new age and witness the peaceful transfer of power. Lord Mountbatten became the first Governor-General of the Dominion by the will of the sovereign people of India. After hoisting the national flag, the first servant of the Indian people addressed from the ramparts of the Red Fort the 500,000 gathered below. On this day, our first thoughts go to the father of our nation, who held aloft the torch of freedom and lighted up the darkness that surrounded us. Paying tribute to the unknown soldiers of freedom, he urged the people to look to the future with faith and confidence. Concluding, he observed, "To the nations and peoples of the world, we send greetings. And to India, our much-loved motherland, the ancient, eternal, and ever new, we pay our reverent homage." As a result of Gandhi's healing presence in Calcutta, stirring scenes of Hindu-Muslim fraternization were witnessed. But for him, it was a day of prayer and deep heart-searching.
Mahatma Gandhi ki jai! Mahatma Gandhi ki jai! Mahatma Gandhi ki jai!
With the departure of British Army contingents from India's shores, ended the 190-year-old British domination over India. Gandhi praised the British withdrawal as the noblest act of the British nation. The time of rejoicing was brief. The rumblings of communal frenzy could be heard in the distance. A vast region was churning with hate. Minorities were tyrannized and persecuted. Millions of men, women, and children, uprooted from their settled homes and cut off from their old moorings, migrated on a dimension unprecedented in recorded history and trekked their way to safety. Migration was not a matter of personal choice for the migrants, but was forced on them by the hate of man. The refugees rolled on in a two-way stream across the border. The continuing tension agonized Gandhi. Before leaving Calcutta for Delhi, on being approached for a message, he wrote in Bengali, "My life is my message." In Delhi, Gandhi saw ruptured human relationships. He planted himself alone amidst the raging torrent and listened to the tales of woe of the embittered and the uprooted. On his 78th birthday, Gandhi invoked the aid of the all-embracing power to take him away from the vale of tears rather than make him a helpless witness to the butchery of men, and cried in a prayerful tone, "Not my will, but thine alone shall prevail." In October 1947, events took a grave turn. On the princely state of Jammu and Kashmir, delaying its decision about accession to either the dominion of India or Pakistan, freebooters from the northwest and Punjab invaded the state with the connivance and material support of the Pakistan government to force accession by the sword. The raiders, well armed and well equipped, sacked and looted towns and villages, put many inhabitants to death, and spread a reign of terror. Under the guidance of the National Conference, the people of the valley defended their soil and their common heritage with courage and unity. The invader was almost at the doorstep of Srinagar. On October 26th, the state acceded to the Indian Union with the express consent of the people and sought military aid against the wanton aggression. Indian troops were flown in and stemmed the tide of invasion. Kashmir occupied Gandhi's thoughts. Though he did distinguish between an aggressor and a defender, sending troops to Kashmir was not his way. The case of the defenders, he felt, was so manifestly just that if the people had resisted the unprovoked invasion non-violently, it would have won the admiration of the world. At the moment of crisis, on Gandhi's initiative, the first session of the All India Congress Committee, after the attainment of freedom, declared its faith. India as a nation is bound together by indissoluble cultural and historical links. It is also a land of many religions and many races, and must remain so. Our aim has been to develop this great country as a democratic, secular state. Values were changing fast under the impact of events. For Gandhi, political independence had little value if it did not herald the era of the common man. He was uncompromisingly opposed to the mania of mass production by the sacrifice of human values. Gandhi denounced the craze for pomp and pageantry after independence and did not see any merit in hiding poverty. India India, he maintained, possesses only her moral capital, which increases with the spending. Distressed at the rise of military expenditure in independent India, Gandhi painfully observed, India's destiny lies along the bloodless way of peace. The hope lingers in me that India might still lead the way towards world federation. To have a warless world, the economy of participating nations must be free from all exploitation. Communal harmony and the secular state were in great jeopardy. Sporadic violence in Delhi continued. In the face of the moral challenge, Gandhi was groping for light. Out of the depths of anguish came the decision to fast unto death, to purge the city of Delhi of the communal virus and lay his head on God's lap. On January 13th, 1948, he began the fast and passed from tumult into peace. He gave vent to his feeling. Death for me would be a glorious deliverance, rather than that I should be a helpless witness to the destruction of India. As the leaden hours crept by, and drop by drop, strength ebbed out of the frail body on the fasting bed, a deep heart-searching set in amongst all concerned. The fast terminated with the reunion of hearts of all communities, brought about by an awakened sense of duty on January 18th. Showering benediction on Prime Minister Nehru, who had been fasting in sympathy, Gandhi wrote, "Give up your fast. May you live long and continue to be the jewel of India." Though feeble, yet vibrant, Gandhi continued his after-prayer talk.
आखिर की एक बात कहकर मैं खत्म करूंगा.
The explosion was from a bomb thrown by a Hindu refugee to kill Gandhi. Gandhi remained unruffled.
ऐसे हम डर जाएंगे तो सचमुच यहाँ कोई हो जाए तो हमारा हाल कैसा होगा? सुनो 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 सब सुनो, कुछ नहीं हुआ है. चलिए शांत रहिए.
Relying on God, he refused to accept any kind of human protection. Discussing the question of the reconstitution of provinces on a linguistic basis, Gandhi observed, cultural autonomy had been our watchword, but such redistribution should not militate against the organic unity of India. Autonomy did not and should not mean disruption. Surveying the political scene in a tone of infinite sadness, he remarked, I have to find peace in the midst of turmoil, light in the midst of darkness, hope in despair. Giving a moral orientation to the Indian National Congress, Gandhi suggested in a draft constitution that it should transform itself into a Lok Sevak Sangh, striving for the social, economic and moral independence of the country in terms of its 700,000 villages. On Friday, January 30th, Gandhi asked for pending letters. I must reply to them today, for tomorrow I may never be. The day was a ceaseless round of interviews. During his conversation with Sardar Patel at 4:30, Gandhi had his usual evening meal. It was getting near prayer time. I hate being late, Gandhi averred, and rose to go to the prayer ground. At the sunset hour, with thoughts of prayer in his mind, Gandhi walked along to seek communion with God, who had illumined his path all through life till his progress was interrupted. The perverse assassin of the ages came with his unholy design and accomplished the foul deed. Nathuram Godse lodged hot lead in the soft flesh of the man who had known no enemy. Once again, blood had flown for the salvation of mankind. That sin is not of one man, but a sin which floods the whole human world from age to age. Gandhiji's mind was concentrated on God, and he merged in him. He fell here with Ram's name on his lips. A radiance hung over the spot. Men and women of all religions scooped up handfuls of the blood-stained earth to preserve. The 3 bullets that entered his body pierced the flesh of tens of millions and inflicted a wound in the vitals of the whole of humanity. Choked with emotion, Jawaharlal Nehru said,
"The light has gone out of our lives and there is darkness everywhere. Our beloved leader, Bapu as we called him, the father of the nation, is no more. The light has gone out," I said, and yet I was wrong, for the light that shone in this country was no ordinary light. The light that has illumined this country for these many years will illumine this country for many more years.
The nation stood still and silent for the man who gave it her freedom and her flag. A great wave of grief swept over the world. The world bowed in homage. The United Nations organization lowered its flag. Peoples of all races felt as one human family in mourning. The UNO paused to pay a tribute to the Mahatma.
It is fitting that we who sit here charged with the grave responsibility of maintaining peace among nations should pay tribute to this great Indian leader. His tragic death constitutes as grievous a loss to Pakistan as it is to India.
He was the man who said that faith transcends reason, that God has his footstool where live the poorest and the loneliest and the lost. But our conviction that Gandhi has not lived and has not died in vain.
We have lost our biggest man. If I may venture to say so, the world has lost its tallest man, judged by all moral standards.
He lies wrapped in repose. Infinite peace and compassion are writ large on his face. Amidst encircling gloom, surging waves of mourning humanity besiege the place for a last glimpse. A glory has departed. Humanity may have to wait for centuries for such a one to walk again upon the earth. He is one who is attached to no person and no place by ties of flesh. He is one with the infinite. This man of divine mission laid down his life for the reconciliation of all men in brotherhood and love, became enshrined in millions and millions of hearts, and shone like a beacon for the whole world. He was perhaps the greatest symbol of the India of the past and of the India of the future. He stopped at the threshold of the huts of the dispossessed, dressed like one of their own, and spoke to them in their own language. He lived on this earth as love in the midst of hate, as forgiveness in the midst of vengeance. He could fight the evil without, because he had mastered the evil within. He was the victorious one in death as in life. His legacy is courage, his banner, truth, his weapon, love. We rejoice in the midst of our tears and our shame. We glory in his having walked on our land. The best prayer that can be offered is to obey the mandates of the Master and to follow the path for which he lived and died. We shall never see him again or hear his gentle voice, but his imperishable memory will ever remain with us. On January 31st, as the setting sun looked on with a red glance, Gandhi's body was laid on a sandalwood pyre at Rajghat. Strong and dormant emotions rose in a flood of tears. Tiny flame was kindling in each of those million hearts. The logs burst in flames. The flames leaped up towards the sky. From the pyre comes the message. Lead me from the unreal to the real, from darkness to light, from death to immortality. His physical body dissolved in the cosmic elements, but not his soul. For the fire burns it not, the wind dries it not. It is unconsumable, incorruptible, eternal. After 13 days of mourning, the urn containing the Mahatma's mortal remains was carried in a special train to his final resting place, the waters of the Jamuna and the Ganga, the equalizer of beggars and kings, of sinners and saints. The Mahatma had walked all over the dusty and endless roads of India. He no longer treads the silent plains and dales. Now, the villagers move to him in their masses. The lonesome and weary train steamed into Allahabad railway station. In all solemnity, the urn was carried to the catafalque. Slowly, the catafalque moved towards the Sangam, the sacred confluence of the Ganga, the Yamuna, and the Saraswati. The three rivers whose names are interwoven in the web of Indian culture. The Mahatma had kindled his torch at the central fires of the eternal being and aspired to identify himself with the whole creation. Who else but the elements can be the custodian of his physical remains? No place could be better as his final resting place than the bosom of India's lakes and mighty rivers.
Raghupati Raghav Raja Ram Patita Pavan Sita Ram ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम सबको सन्मति दे भगवान रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम
वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिया जे उपकार
सकल लोकमा सौले वौले निंदा न करे के मीरे वाच काच मना निजल राखे धन धन जननी तेनी रे वैष्णव जन दो वैष्णव जन तो तेन कहिए जे पीड़ परारी जाने रे वैष्णव जन तो।
In its immemorial flow, the sacred Triveni has mingled the ashes of nameless millions whose joys and sorrows the Mahatma had made his very own. The last journey ended. What was left of his earthly remains was consigned to the sacred waters. Mahatma Gandhi lives in all that is true and good. He now belongs to the ages.